The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 22nd, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Chuck Edwards to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through recent confirmed reports, we now know that after January 6, 2021, the Capitol insurrection, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito flew an upside-down American flag in front of his home for several days. This is just the latest brazen act by out-of-control, extreme MAGA justice whose conduct is directly responsible for current opinion on the Supreme Court being at record lows. The inverted flag was a well-known symbol flown by far-right extreme MAGA activists in early 2021. Extremists who believe that the former president's nonsensical election lie and who supported the goals of the January 6th assault on this body and our democracy. Federal judges cannot make political displays, and Alito is a Supreme Court justice. He knew exactly what he was doing when he expressed solidarity with January 6 criminals. To quote Esmeralda Santiago, "Tell me who you walk with, and I tell you who you are." Time and time again, Alito has shown us who he is, a far-right extreme MAGA ideologue who's anything but impartial with regards to justice. In 2022, Alito followed the directives of the former president and the far-right extreme MAGA camp to defy the will of the American people and 50 years of legal precedent by writing the decision to reverse Roe versus Wade. Along with his fellow extreme MAGA justice, Clarence Thomas, Justice Alito has routinely failed to report large luxury gifts paid for by some of his friends, private flights, and other payments to him and his family by wealthy far-right extremists. Worst of all, Justice Alito has also openly failed to recuse himself from any of the several January 6 related cases currently before the Supreme Court. And his bias is clearly showing. During last month's oral argument before the Supreme Court in the Donald Trump election interference case, Alito cozied up to Trump's absurd legal argument that past presidents are completely immune from criminal prosecution. You should recuse yourself. In last month's oral argument in a separate case involving charges against the January 6 Capitol insurrectionists, Alito revealed his view that prosecutors may have gone too far by daring to charge these defendants. You should recuse yourself. Justice Alito is someone who will do everything in his power to make sure Donald Trump and the January 6 insurrectionists evade prosecution and accountability for their crimes. For the sake of our democracy, Justice Alito must immediately recuse himself from all and any January 6 related cases before the Supreme Court. Justice Alito's behavior also underscores the need for Congress to immediately pass H.R. 926, the Supreme Court Ethics, Recusal, and Transparency Act. With H.R. 926, Supreme Court justices like Samuel Alito will finally be held subject to the same ethics and recusal standards as other federal judges in matters that are meaningful and enforceable. Until this occurred, Justice Alito and his insurrectionist worldview will continue to dominate our highest court, representing a threat not just to the rule of law, but also to American democracy itself. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of president and to direct their remarks to the chair. With that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Captain David Robert Whitty for his exceptional service to Arkansas's 4th Congressional District and to extend my heartfelt congratulations on his upcoming new role with the Arkansas Air National Guard as chaplain for the 189th Air Wing at Little Rock Air Force Base. David has been an invaluable member of my team for nearly a decade, demonstrating his dedication and commitment to public service. He currently serves as my Deputy District Director and Military and Veterans Affairs Representative, as well as the Assistant Pastor at Grace Lutheran Church in Little Rock, and as chaplain for the 777th Aviation Support Battalion for the Arkansas Army National Guard, all roles in which he has excelled. Since 2015, he has played a crucial role in the Service Academy nomination process for Arkansas students and assisted thousands of his fellow veterans, helping them navigate complex casework and ensuring they receive the support they deserve. His work has not only benefited those individuals, but has also had a significant impact on Arkansas's 4th Congressional District. David holds an impressive resume with an undergraduate degree from Concordia University and master's degrees from the University of Arkansas Little Rock and Liberty University. He also shares my love for the great outdoors and loves visiting our national parks, as you can see pictured here with his lovely wife, Megan, and their 4 children, Milo, Ike, Ames, and Etta. It's been a pleasure getting to know David and watching his family grow over the past 10 years, and I look forward to many more of continued friendship. While his absence from our office will be greatly felt, we wish David well on this next endeavor of his service to our country. He will undoubtedly make a positive and faithful impact in his new capacity with the Arkansas Air National Guard. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Marisela Garcia, whose distinguished career we celebrate today. Marisela will soon retire as the CEO of Gads Hill Center after 12 years of transformative impact. A fellow Guatemalteca, Chapina, Ms. Garcia immigrated to the U.S. in the 1980s, seeking refuge from the Civil War. In our country, Garcia founded Casa Guatemala to support newly arrived refugees and co-founded Women for Guatemala to build solidarity among women in the U.S. and Guatemala. Marisela's impact has been felt across the state of Illinois. In addition to her years at Gads Hill Center, she has led the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights and the Latino Policy Forum. Her work has empowered countless families, especially Black, Brown, and immigrant families, providing them with the education, the resources, and hope. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, the Guatemalan community in my district, it is my great honor to commend Marisela Garcia for her exceptional leadership. Su legado nos recuerda la fuerza, la resiliencia y las contribuciones de los inmigrantes a la hora de forjar un futuro mejor. Gracias, Marisela. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Debbie Resnick for 30 years of distinguished service to our communities, especially working to address homelessness. It is well known that Debbie has a standout philanthropic career. She has changed systems, strengthened sectors, and launched life-changing programs. What is lesser known is her legacy as a champion for young leaders. I met Debbie at the age of 19, having just been promoted to a leadership position in a Chicago nonprofit. And she made a commitment to me then to support me that day and has honored it every single day since. 21 years later, I am who I am, standing here in Congress, in no small part because of Debbie. While Debbie is stepping down from her position at the Polk Brothers Foundation to pursue new adventures, we know that she will continue to be a tireless advocate for a more just and loving society. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Debbie Resnick for the lives changed, the impact made through service in our communities. Congratulations, and thank you, Debbie. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Reverend Walter Slim Coleman, whose transformational leadership and powerful legacy has shaped the political and spiritual consciousness of so many. There is so much we have won in Chicago and across the nation that would not be possible without the witness of Reverend Slim Coleman. A retired United Methodist pastor, Reverend Coleman and his wife Emma Lozano showed us how to truly love our neighbors when they opened the doors of Adalberto United Methodist Church in Humboldt Park to provide sanctuary to Elvira Arellano and many other undocumented immigrants fighting from deportations. They laid the groundwork for Chicago to declare itself a sanctuary city. And as a movement builder across several decades, his work with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Students for a Democratic Society, and eventually the Rainbow Coalition showed us how to build multiracial, multicultural solidarity movements that center our mutual liberation. He laid a foundation of solidarity for both Chicago's first Black mayor, Mayor Harold Washington, and Chicago's most recently elected mayor, Mayor Brandon Johnson, to take up their positions on the 5th floor of City Hall. As an organizer, Reverend Coleman showed us what people power can do, whether through his work to establish local school councils through Chicago, register thousands of voters in the 1983 mayoral election, or build coalitions around housing, education, and jobs. His life and his legacy will continue to be a light in dark places, reminding us that un pueblo unido jamás será vencido. To his wife, Pastora Emma Lozano, who we love, we are with you. Pastor Coleman may precede you in his homegoing, but you are not alone. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my privilege to submit this commendation into the congressional record to honor the life, the legacy of Reverend Walter Slim Coleman. Rest in power, Pastor Coleman. Rest in power. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Would the gentlewoman provide a translation of her remarks to the desk? The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sam Simamaker, who is retiring this week after 64 years with the White River Broadcasting in my hometown of Columbus.
Of Hemet for over foods and get
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor my friend Barry Romo, who passed away earlier this month. Barry was a decorated Vietnam veteran who, having seen the horrors of the U.S. role in Vietnam, became a leading.
And when you need help feeding your family, the Farm Bill supports healthy nutrition programs to make sure Americans don't go to bed hungry. The Farm Bill has always been a top priority for me. By reinforcing crop insurance, boosting commodity reference prices, we're supporting the agricultural industries on their worst days and investing in them into tomorrow. This is vitally important. Now, another key priority of mine is ensuring farmers are not able to not only feed folks at home, but around the world. My district is blessed to be located between the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. We are strategically placed to export our commodities abroad. In 2022, Illinois exports for corn and soybean totaled over $3.5 billion. The MAP and FMD programs play a critical role in moving commodities from farmers to field to foreign markets. However, these programs are often oversubscribed and underfunded, leaving producers at a competitive disadvantage on the global market. We need to bolster these programs and expand into new markets and strengthening our trade relations. Lastly, we need to establish guidelines for large solar panel projects that are eating up acres after acre of prime farmland. My constituents have had enough. We must give local communities a say in the approval of the process. That is why I'm pleased that the Solar Act, has been included in this legislation. We're giving producers the flexibility to use solar energy on their farms while setting guidelines for large projects. To close, Mr. Speaker, I would like to restate my support for the Farm Bill. The bill is a big win for our farmers. It will have a big impact across the country, and I urge my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee to support this bill as it moves through the markup process tomorrow. And I hope it will receive strong support on the House floor as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Military Appreciation Month and ahead of Memorial Day to recognize some of the many Virginians who have contributed to Virginia's proud legacy of military service and those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Earlier this month, I reached out to families across the 7th District, asking them to share stories of service, recognizing the unwavering courage and commitment of their loved ones who have answered the call to serve our country. I'm honored to work on behalf of so many military families and veterans, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand here today to read some of the extraordinary stories I received. Lisa Harms from Stafford County recognized her daughter, Second Lieutenant Sabrina Harms, who is currently serving in the U.S. Air Force, a UVA alumna, granddaughter of World War II and Korean War veterans, and the niece of Vietnam and Persian War veterans. Sabrina is in her 3rd year of medical school at the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences and will graduate as a family medicine doctor next May to care for our service members, veterans, and their families. Thank you for your devotion to our country and fellow service members, Sabrina. And Lisa, you must be incredibly proud. Bonnie, who lives in Stafford County, shared with me the story of her father, Jesse James Verling, a lifelong Orange County resident. Mr. Verling never talked much of the details of his service in the Philippines and in the European theater during World War II. However, following his passing, Bonnie opened his safe deposit box and discovered his military decorations, getting to understand more about her father's brave and dedicated service on behalf of our country. Our nation owes an immense debt of gratitude to every one of our neighbors who put on the uniform. Thank you, Bonnie, for recognizing your father's service and allowing me the opportunity to do so in the congressional record. William Haas from Prince William County shared his father's story of service. William Brokaw Haas Sr. served in the U.S. Army during World War II, having enlisted straight out of high school. After seeing combat during the battle, who have
anchor desk for the last time. For decades, the drama, enjoy.
But last year I was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. It's basically Parkinson's on steroids, and I don't recommend it. Here, PSP is a neurodegenerative condition that occurs as if they were treatment.
Seen in
Madam Speaker, this is a week that farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers in my state of Kansas have long awaited. The House Agriculture Committee will finally mark up a 5-year farm bill. I want to start by saying thank you to Chairman G.T. Thompson for leading the committee in developing a bipartisan, comprehensive, fiscally conservative farm bill that gives our farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers the certainty they deserve. Around this time last year, the chairman and I hosted a farm bill listening session next to a wheat field in my district. We heard from 150 Kansans about their priorities for a farm bill. They were clear. They need a farm bill that gives them certainty as they work day in and day out to feed, clothe, and fuel the world. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act does just that. This farm bill strengthens the farm safety net and protects crop insurance. Agriculture producers in Kansas understand firsthand how important that is. In February of 2021, Kansas had 13 consecutive days of below freezing temperatures, which is a 40-year record. Our producers worked around the clock to protect their cattle and ensure they survived. Just last summer, drought and market conditions in Kansas caused producers to abandon the highest numbers of acres of wheat since World War I. Wheat farmers have seen a 35% decrease in production in the last year as a result. Madam Speaker, the reality is Mother Nature is a very difficult business partner. One bad crop year could put the livelihood of our producers and their families at risk. This farm bill gives these hardworking individuals more certainty by strengthening the farm safety net, adjusting reference prices, and modernizing the livestock indemnity program, dairy supports, and conservation reserve program. The committee's farm bill also maintains American food independence and invests tax dollars in places we can see a return on those dollars. America is the freest country in the world, in part because we have never had to rely on another country to feed us. At the heart of that independence is agriculture, research, and innovation. The Big First is home to some of the crown jewels of the animal health corridor, Kansas State University and the National Bio and Agri-Defense Facility. These institutions give the nation a scientific hub of world-renowned research. Kansas State University is conducting groundbreaking research into areas including new heat-tolerant wheat varieties and higher-yielding sorghum. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's state-of-the-art INBAF facility in Manhattan will conduct research into serious animal diseases threats to be an important backstop in protecting our nation's food supply. This work and America's continued ability to feed ourselves for generations to come depend on a 5-year farm bill that prioritizes food security as national security. Madam Speaker, this farm bill makes robust investments in the market access program and foreign market development programs that ensure our American producers remain in the international marketplace. It proactively addresses issues like deferred maintenance costs at land-grant institutions and the country's veterinarian shortage before that problem gets even worse. I've been to this floor nearly 30 times to push for my priorities in this farm bill: to protect and strengthen crop insurance, to promote trade programs that help America remain competitive and secure, conduct rigorous oversight of the executive branch to fight big government overreach, and invest in agriculture research at America's land-grant universities. I'm pleased that the Farm, Food, and National Security Act does just that. We need to pass a 5-year, fiscally conservative farm bill long enough to provide certainty and short enough for Congress to respond to market changes. Farm bills feed every corner of the nation, from New England to the islands of Hawaii, both our coast, down to the Gulf, and even the heartland of this country, including Kansas. American agriculture producers and consumers are counting on it. The legislation we mark up this week will have ripple effects for years to come. This body and Congress must use this legislation to address the concerns we've all heard over the last several years. When we kicked off our Farm Bill listening session last year, there were 3 combines parked behind us: John Deere, Case, and Gleaner. When you grow up on a farm, you're born into loyalty to one of these trusted American brands. They have different styles and features, but they are all designed to do the same thing: harvest. Our listening session that day and the bill that House Agriculture Committee marks up this week are no different. We all have different priorities and backgrounds, but we are all here to do the same thing: harvest, work hard, and effectively turn out a product, the Farm Bill. America's farmers, ranchers, and ag producers deserve it. America's food and national security depend on it, and Congress must deliver it. This Farm Bill is something our ag community can be proud of. It puts dollars in places where Americans can see a good return on their investment. It tightens budgets and reins in reckless spending that doesn't serve taxpayers. Most importantly, this bill ensures that American farmers, ranchers, and ag producers can continue to keep us all fueled, fed, and clothed. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act is the first step in the right direction, and I look forward to this week's markup. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Eugene D. Santarelli, who passed away on September 21st, 2023, at 79 years old. Lieutenant General Santarelli was a highly decorated three-star general who commenced his military career following his graduation from the University of Notre Dame in 1966. A remarkable pilot, instructor, and mentor. He was qualified in and flew a dozen different aircraft types. Over the course of his career, he accumulated approximately 3,600 flying hours, including 901 combat hours. He commanded a numbered Air Force, an air division, and 3 flying wings in his 32-year career. General Santarelli is survived by his spouse, Kay Santarelli, sister Paula Anthony, and brother Francis. His dedication and service to our country did not go unnoticed. During his lifetime, he was awarded the Legion of Merit, Distinguished Flying Cross with Valor, Meritorious Service Medal, Air Medals, Aerial Achievement Medal, Air Force Commendation Medal, and Combat Readiness Medal. General Santarelli was at his best when teaching, mentoring, or leading through his own example. In the hearts of the Tucson community and AZ-06, Lieutenant General Santarelli remains a true hero. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally thankful for all his contributions. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Arizona baseball team by clinching the Pac-12 Conference Championship after defeating Oregon State. The Wildcats lost their first 2 games and were in a must-win game on Saturday night. In Arizona fashion, they had a walk-off double, scoring 2 runs and winning the game 4-3. Head coach Chip Hale has a current season record of 33 wins and 20 losses and conference record of 20 wins, 10 losses. He is the first coach in conference history to be named Pac-12 Player and Coach of the Year. I met Coach Hale a year ago at High Corbett Field and know that he will continue to do great things for this program. As a former Wildcat, I know he has what it takes to take this team to the College World Series. Lastly, I would like to recognize Dawson Netz, a former intern in my Tucson district office, who is a team captain and pitcher. He was voted Pac-12 preseason all-conference player and is currently 8 games away from being the all-time leader in appearances for Arizona baseball. I'm excited to see what the future holds for these athletes, and good luck in the Pac-12 tournament. Bear down. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor and recognize a group of talented Cochise College art students and the mural they painted in the city of Sierra Vista. The mural depicts the beauty of the San Pedro River and the wildlife in Cochise County, serving as a reminder of our connection to nature and the need to steward wisely. Through its Neighborhood Partnership Initiative grant program, the City of Sierra Vista provides funding for projects like the mural and inspires community members to help beautify the city. The mural, which wraps around the Oscar Rim Community Center, is a passion project of Cochise College art instructor Jen Marie Selensnack and her students, and a testament to the creativity of our Sierra Vista community. To Ms. Selensnack and her students, thank you for your work and for making Sierra Vista an even more beautiful city. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the life of Lee Covino, a friend, a U.S. Army veteran, and a Staten Islander who dedicated his life to making our country and community a better place for those who served. Lee served our country in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War, and after his service, he attended the College of Staten Island on scholarship from the GI Bill. It was here that his passion for Veterans Affairs flourished. He became a peer counselor for local veterans, and almost a decade later began working as an intervention counselor for the VA's Vietnam Veterans Outreach Center, assisting nearly 1,000 Vietnam-era and combat veterans across Staten Island and Brooklyn. In July of 1990, Lee was appointed to the cabinet of Staten Island Borough President Guy Molinari, where he served as the Veterans Affairs Advisor and Director of Contracts and Procurement. His service to our borough continued for another 2 decades, extending his tenure at Borough Hall through the administrations of James Molinaro and James Otto until his retirement in 2014. And in 2002, Mayor Michael Bloomberg appointed him to the city's Veterans Advisory Board, where he served until April 2015, retiring as the board's vice chairman. During this time at Borough and City Halls, Lee played a major role in bringing the Vet Center and the Veterans Affairs Clinic to Staten Island and obtaining a Staten Island bus link to Brooklyn's VA Medical Center. This week, New York City also will celebrate its 36th annual Fleet Week, a show of appreciation for our nation's Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard teams. Lee was instrumental in helping coordinate local activities and events for this grand recognition of our armed forces. And he also worked tirelessly to expand veteran services to minority-based areas and assist veterans with resume development and learning computer skills so that they could find employment and readjust to civilian life. Lee's dedication to New York City veterans did not end with his official duties. After his retirement, he continued to serve as an invaluable resource for many elected officials, including myself, where he helped our office organize our Veterans Roundtable and became reliable counsel for veterans-focused legislation and ideas. Because of the profound impact he has had in our community, Lee was installed into the College of Staten Island Alumni Hall of Fame in 1989 and was set to be inducted into the New York State Veterans Hall of Fame later this year. He was a member of the VFW, American Legion, Vietnam Veterans of America, the Catholic War Veterans, AMVETS, and New York City Veterans Alliance, the 369th Veterans Association, and he served as treasurer of the United Staten Island Veterans Organization, which sponsored our borough's annual Memorial Day Parade. Here we are at the Staten Island Memorial Day Parade in 2021, which Mayor de Blasio had originally canceled, citing COVID, until Lee's advocacy and leadership made the mayor reverse his decision, and we marched together honoring our fallen. And on Monday, Memorial Day, we, the community, we will march again, and Lee's presence, it will be noticed and it will be immensely missed. Lee was a true American patriot who dedicated his entire life to service of others. And I know I speak for our entire community and city when I say his commitment to fighting for our veterans is extremely appreciated. Our office sends our deepest condolences to his daughter, Marina, and 3 grandchildren, Melina, Michael, and Samantha, as they grieve this tremendous loss. But they should rest assured that today they are in the history books of the United States Congress, and that his legacy of service and dedication will inspire us all as we continue to advocate for the rights and well-being of our veterans. I yield back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a dear friend, a war veteran, and a real hero of California's 27th Congressional District, who was taken from us way too soon. Mr. Bill Reynolds crossed into heaven and joined the Lord on January 11th, 2021, a couple of years ago. And as a young man, Bill crossed oceans and fought for this nation in the jungles of Vietnam. His work, he fought in some of the war's fiercest battles while in Vietnam, including the Mekong Delta, where he was wounded but continued fighting alongside his brothers, the famous and heroic boys of 67. Bill earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart for his extraordinary bravery, but he never forgot his brothers who made the ultimate sacrifice, those that didn't come home, and he never stopped serving our nation when he returned home. Bill Reynolds dedicated himself to fellow veterans in California's 27th Congressional District and around the country. His work led to the establishment of the Veterans Memorial Wall in Newhall, California, and he personally documented the stories of countless veterans to ensure their service and sacrifices will be remembered for future generations. And I'm proud to say the endless service and sacrifice of Bill will now forever be etched in the heart of Santa Clarita as well. Right in the middle of my district, today we celebrate the official renaming of the Valencia Post Office to the William L. Reynolds Post Office Building, an honor that has been signed into law by the President of the United States. This commemoration is a fitting tribute to a man who dedicated so much of his life to this beautiful nation, both on the battlefield and in our communities. And it should be noted, and frankly, fitting tribute that about 63,000 postal workers themselves are veterans. So this is very apropos. Bill was a devoted husband to his beloved wife, Meg, who lives in Santa Clarita, a loving father and grandfather, and a friend to thousands. His legacy does not only live on in the medals he won or the landmarks that bear his name, but in the lives he touched and the community that he strengthened. And he left an indelible mark on me personally, and he continues to inspire me to serve this beautiful country in this capacity. In a time marked by stark political division, it was inspiring to witness both Democrats and Republicans unite in support of honoring this great man who epitomized the pinnacle of American valor and empathy. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring Bill Reynolds, a true American hero, by supporting this special tribute. May God bless Bill Reynolds and his family, and may God continue to bless this beautiful country, the United States of America. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today to recognize Memorial Day. Our nation's greatness was earned by the sacrifices of a few, so that freedom and liberty would come to all. This weekend, we remember their sacrifices and their service. We're very proud that the tradition of Memorial Day originated in Pennsylvania and in a Pennsylvania community located in my district, Boalsburg, Pennsylvania. Dating back to 1864 in Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, the birthplace of Memorial Day, where 3 ladies decorated the graves of fallen Civil War soldiers. They met in the graveyard and they promised to come back the following year to be able to do the same thing. And from that simple beginning act of love and remembrance came the observance of Memorial Day. Now, every year on the last Monday of May, the people across this nation gather in town squares, at memorials, and in cemeteries of fallen heroes to pay tribute to those who gave it all. This includes our service members who are missing in action or prisoners of war. According to the Department of Defense POW MIA accounting agency, more than 80,000 American citizens who served in the Vietnam War, Korean War, and World War II are still missing in action. That's why I'm proud to have introduced H-Con Res 64, which urges our mutually beneficial trade agreements to include a commitment from trading partners to continue to search and recovery efforts of our nation's missing service members. In August 2023, I was notified by the POW MIA accounting agency that 2 MIAs from my district were identified and were returning home. Army Corporal Francis James Jury of Clearfield, Pennsylvania, and Army Sergeant Richard M. Shiro of Marionville, Pennsylvania, were deemed missing in action during the Korean War. Thanks to the hard work and dedication of the POW MIA accounting agency, these 2 heroes were able to be returned home and receive the proper burial that they deserved. This nation is united by our liberties and freedoms that our men and women in uniform take an oath to protect and to defend. We will always honor our brothers and sisters who fought in battle to uphold our way of life. May God carry them and in the palm of his hand, and all of our service members in the palm of his hand. This Memorial Day, as we raise the stars and stripes, as we lay wreaths at monuments, memorials, and cemeteries, let us remember that our freedoms is thanks to those who served and those who died and sacrificed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on a controversy affecting the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee this past week. Wisconsin at Milwaukee, like many universities in America, has been the site of bizarre protests in favor of Hamas. Milwaukee is the second largest university in the state of Wisconsin. While the response to these protests by universities around the country can best be described as pathetic, Milwaukee is one of the worst. Israel has suffered an attack almost unprecedented in its brutality, in which Hamas and its supporters reveled in the horrific deaths of civilians, including young children. Israel's response can best be described as very measured, particularly given that Hamas has decided to hide among hospitals and other civilian locations. Certainly, Israel's response was more measured than our response during World War II, when you look at what was done to Tokyo, what was done to Dresden. So by comparison, there is no comparison. Hamas could end this war tomorrow if they would surrender, show Israel its tunnels, its arms, and surrender the hostages. They are entirely responsible for allowing this war to go on. The university's statement to the protesters appears to blame Israel. Even before the October attacks, it should have been obvious who wears the white hats here. Israel is a modern, prosperous, and tolerant country in which even Muslims can build mosques and are allowed to vote. In Gaza, from childhood on, children are raised to hate Jews. People come from Thailand, the Philippines, and Latin America, not Jewish people. They flow to Israel to live and work there. Hamas leadership, meanwhile, takes their foreign aid from Europe and lives in Qatar and Turkey. The descendants of Yasser Arafat himself don't want to live in Gaza. They live in Paris. And even with this, UWM feels they should side with Hamas. The university has tried recently to amend their position, but they still display a moral equivalence in which they can't bring themselves to say there's a right and a wrong, a good and an evil in this conflict. Their bias shows further in that their first impulse was to meet only with representatives of the protesters and not with the broader community. And this despite the fact that public opinion polls consistently show the American public as a whole, including presumably the taxpayers who fund the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, have no problem figuring out who is good and who is evil. The university should apologize for developing their own foreign policy and spend some time with the broader community and learn what the vast majority of Americans and Wisconsinites think. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House is requested.
The chair will obtain up to 15 requests, 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. So what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So be.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, farming is more than a profession. It is a true cornerstone of the American society. And no group has had a more significant impact on the evolution of modern society than our hardworking farmers. From the earliest days of our nation's founding, the work ethic and devotion of our producers is what pushed us forward. Before the sun rises, our nation's farmers, ranchers, and foresters have already been hard at work for hours, tending to their fields and caring for their livestock. Providing for our families goes beyond putting food on our tables. It includes clothes on our back, heat in our homes, and fuel for our vehicles. With each harvest, our farm families ensure that America and the world has access to a safe and abundant food supply. American agriculture remains America's backbone, and we must support the families that give us so much by passing an effective 5-year farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Michael R. McCormick, the remarkable superintendent of the Val Verde Unified School District, as he embarks on a well-deserved journey into retirement. With over 27 years of dedicated service to the field of education, Michael McCormick's career has been defined by an unwavering commitment to fostering educational excellence and nurturing innovation. Before assuming the role of superintendent, Mr. McCormick served as the Assistant Superintendent for Education Services at Val Verde. And under his stewardship, the district earned numerous awards and accolades owing to his thoughtful and diligent focus that put students first. From championing STEM education to striving to close the racial education gap for his students, Val Verde has thrived under his guidance. Superintendent Michael McCormick, your dedication to education has left an enduring legacy of inspiration and empowerment. Congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for your tireless commitment to excellence in education.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my district in Northern California, there's this catastrophic destruction of the Klamath dams. They're hydroelectric dams that provide clean, CO2-free power for about 70,000 homes. It's reducing the renewable grid that everybody seems to want, eliminating recreational assets, hurting property values, damaging the local economy, and making it tougher on agriculture in the Klamath Basin. You see many of these products right here that are grown in California, 90 to 99% of what America relies upon, even 100%. Some of those same crops are grown in that Klamath Basin. Won't be able to do that much longer if they keep tearing out infrastructure and taking the water away. The removal of these dams currently has released many millions of cubic yards of accumulated silt, which has ruined the water quality, killed hundreds of thousands of fish and the spawning beds they would have laying new smolts in. We've seen even full-size deer getting stuck in this and dying in that mud. Governors of California, Oregon seem willing to ignore these because they think it's a win to tear out the dams. Local farmers, again, are suffering. The project borrowed water from the dams to extend the irrigation system. You won't have that flexibility anymore with that out. You won't be able to grow some of these crops that Americans enjoy and rely upon. So we have this devastation going on all in the name of the environment, all in the name of saving some fish. In the meantime, they've destroyed and killed hundreds of thousands of fish and will continue to do so with this reckless dam removal that won't end here. It'll keep going. We'll have less hydroelectric power, less stored water, less recreation with this crazy type of thinking. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 moment.
228 days. That is how long it has been since scores of people were violated, maimed, tortured, and killed in Israel. 228 days since 252 people, including children and the elderly, were abducted from Israel into Gaza. Yesterday, I met with 4 of their families. Alex Danzig, a 75-year-old, was taken from kibbutz near Oz. He spent the last 30 years working at Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Remembrance Center, teaching about the lessons of World War II. Ohad Ben Ami, a dual Israeli-German citizen, was kidnapped from kibbutz Be'eri. Ohad's daughter showed me one of the last photos she has of him, which depicts him being dragged into a van by a terrorist. Shakhed Dahan, I wear a dog tag in his honor, was a 19-year-old IDF soldier killed on October 7th. Footage of his lifeless body being dragged from the tank he drove was shown to me by his family. His body was taken to Gaza, and his family prays for its return so they can give him a proper burial. Matan Engrest, a 21-year-old IDF soldier, also abducted, status unknown, believed to be alive. He shares a November 28th birthday with his younger sister. This past year was the first time they had ever marked their birthday apart. 228 excruciating days for these families. We must not forget them. Until they are released, I will keep saying their names and standing with their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Emergency Medical Services Week and honor the EMS professionals and paramedics who provide life-saving care across the nation every day. EMS professionals like Nick Olick, Chief of Scott County EMS in my home state of Indiana. Since he started serving in Scott County more than a decade ago, Nick and his team have turned around the Emergency Medical Services Department, and it is now self-funded, saving taxpayer money while also saving lives. This can be a heart-wrenching line of work. Last year, Nick suddenly lost a friend and colleague, and yet still he perseveres. While suffering through his own grief, he continues to respond to calls for service. Nick has also started a community paramedicine program to train future EMS personnel. He's an outstanding medic and an exemplar of the EMS profession. This week, we celebrate every EMS professional across the country as they contend for our communities wherever emergencies happen. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, in the mid-20th century, the United States government conducted nuclear weapons development tests in the Southwest, exposing thousands of Arizonans downwind of the test site to ionized radiation from the fallout. Women, men, and children were diagnosed with terrible cancers from the radiation exposure. Many tragically lost their lives. Nearly 25 years ago, Congress attempted to make amends by passing the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. But without congressional action, RECA is set to expire next month, denying Arizona families the compensation they need to pay for health care treatments. The House has an opportunity to act right now to correct this injustice. More than 2 months ago, the Senate overwhelmingly passed the bipartisan RECA Reauthorization Act, a 5-year extension of the program. It mirrors my Downwinders Parity Act by expanding the scope of the RECA's coverage to Arizonans in lower Mojave County who were previously denied compensation. For too long, these downwinders have been left behind and overlooked. I urge my colleagues, give these people the justice they deserve and put this bill to a vote. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize all men and women in uniform who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. Since our nation's founding via the Revolutionary War, more than 1 million Americans have given their lives to protect the freedoms that we hold dear today. Every fallen member of the armed services and their families deserves our deepest expression of gratitude, not only on Memorial Day, but every day. The words of Jesus Christ in John 15:12-13 apply to these heroes most deserving of remembrance when he said, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends." As we reflect upon the ultimate sacrifice of more than 1 million American service members this Memorial Day, may we also remember the family and friends they left behind. Their pain and grief are unimaginable, tempered only by the joy of their memories and the knowledge that they gave their lives in service to the greatest country the world has ever known. I join other Americans in offering them my prayers and heartfelt appreciation. May God bless them, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Rockingham County Baseball League as they celebrate 100 years of America's favorite pastime. Founded in 1924, the Rockingham County Baseball League is the second oldest continuously operating league in the United States. J.R. Polyline Weaver, a sports writer for the Daily News Record, helped organize the league. The effort brought players together from 7 communities across Rockingham County in both spirit and game with a consistent schedule and designated rules. From there, the league would go on to include teams from up and down the Shenandoah Valley. The league has a rich history. It survived the Great Depression, World War II, and integrated with African-American players in the 1950s. RCBL boasts players who went on to play in Major League Baseball and even the National Basketball Association. Today, its fields remain a welcoming place that bring athletes together. Recently, the league's storied history and many accomplishments were highlighted in a new exhibit at the Rocktown History Museum in Dayton. It calls attention to the hard work of players, coaches, fans, and other community members who have shown care toward each other through the common love of baseball. Congratulations to RCBL on the many wonderful seasons they've enjoyed over the last century, and I wish them many more to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1243 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 77, House Resolution 1243. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4763 to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committees on Agriculture and Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-33, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 5403 to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for the monetary policy and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 192, to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 1247, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, to be considered under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule also provides for H.R. 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, Anti-Surveillance State Act. H.R. 5403 would be considered under a structured rule, and it also provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 192, a bill which would prohibit non-citizens from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, to be considered under a closed rule. It also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21. Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad that the rule provides for consideration of this legislation. As a member of the Financial Services Committee, we've spent countless hours trying to develop a responsible regulatory structure for blockchain technology and digital assets. These conversations have become increasingly necessary as regulators like the Securities and Exchange Commission have failed. Instead of developing a targeted and purposeful framework that would promote innovation and protect consumers, they have led with regulation by enforcement action. This approach threatens the United States' leadership in the future of digital assets, a future that could better protect privacy, reduce business costs, and empower more Americans. This flawed approach by the SEC has required congressional action, and FIT 21 is the joint response of the Financial Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee. FIT 21 establishes a framework consistent with existing law, but also appropriate for the digital assets in question and their unique characteristics. First, there is no clear current market structure for the regulation of digital assets in the United States. The SEC has merely been regulating by enforcement action. This leaves digital asset innovators and consumers to play a guessing game. This not only stifles innovation, it lends itself to the SEC picking winners and losers. Meanwhile, there's currently no way for digital asset commodities to be registered or regulated by the CFTC. Chair Gensler has repeatedly said most digital assets are securities. However, by his own admission, we know that not all digital assets are securities. In fact, it's estimated that 70% or more are commodities. This is among the most important reasons for the passage of FIT 21. The SEC does not regulate commodities. It regulates securities. The CFTC does not regulate securities. It regulates commodities. The advent of digital assets, which can be either securities or commodities, has created a regulatory black hole that FIT 21 seeks to remedy. By defining digital asset commodities and securities and creating a clear regulatory market structure, FIT 21 protects consumers and provides the regulatory clarity for digital asset developers to innovate. The framework offered by FIT 21 will give clear guidance to regulators and thus allow consumers to better judge digital assets for themselves, avoid scams, reduce instances of data theft, and lessen the potential for market manipulation. FIT 21 is good for our constituents and good for the country. I encourage all of us to support this important legislation. Moving on to H.R. 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, Anti-Surveillance State Act. I'm a proud original co-sponsor of H.R. 5403 because I share the concerns of many of my colleagues about the consequences of a Federal Reserve Bank digital currency and what that could mean for our constituents and their privacy. If issued, a government-controlled CBDC would give federal bureaucrats the ability to track every transaction Americans make, as well as the ability to block any transaction they so choose. This would be an unprecedented level of surveillance in the daily lives of everyday Americans, and we should all be concerned about the potential threats to individual rights and privacy. A CBDC would give the government the power to shut off access to payments and freeze the bank accounts of law-abiding citizens and institutions for political reasons, just like we saw with the Canadian trucker protests or with Operation Choke Point. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in standing against the creation of a central bank digital currency by supporting this bill. Finally, this rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 192, a bill which would prohibit non-citizens from voting in the elections in the District of Columbia. Americans are rightly concerned with election integrity. Free and fair elections are essential to any democracy. We all agree on that. What we should also agree on is that non-citizens voting in elections undermines confidence in elections. It's why the District of Columbia's Local Residents Voting Rights Amendment Act is so objectionable. It allows non-citizens to vote in D.C. elections, including illegal immigrants and foreign agents. It goes without saying that these individuals in particular have interests that are at odds with our own. They literally represent the interests of other countries, including countries hostile to the United States. Why would we want to allow Russian or China or any foreign agent to vote on policies that impact the U.S. Capitol? It defies logic, but that is exactly what D.C. has inspired to do. My colleagues might ask why we even have an interest in the affairs of local laws in this respect. The answer is quite simple. D.C. has a unique and constitutional relationship with the United States Congress. A lack of confidence in American elections anywhere threatens the confidence in American elections everywhere. It is incumbent upon us to protect the integrity of DC elections when the district's elected officials fail to do so, when they allow non-citizens and people with loyalty to other countries to vote. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these three important pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, there's really not much to say. If you were to listen to my friend on the other side, you'd think that these bills are going to change the world the second the ink dries, but they're not. This is just another week of wasted time. More of the same from the Republican leadership here in Congress that is completely out of touch with what the American people actually care about. H.R. 192 is another GOP attempt to meddle in D.C. politics. They spend more time worrying about Washington, D.C. than they do about their own constituents. And it's astounding to me that the party that claims to care about small government and local control wants to have the federal government tell local leaders here in D.C. how to run their local elections. Apparently, they're for local control unless it's local control by Democrats, in which case, never mind. And to hear anybody on the Republican side talk about election integrity is rich, especially from a party that is filled with election deniers. We are also here to consider H.R. 4763, a bill that provides an upper hand to the crypto industry instead of meaningfully addressing gaps in digital asset regulation. And finally, we will meet on H.R. 5403, a bill that prevents the U.S. from exploring digital currency. Now, I know my friends on the other side of the aisle are afraid of innovation, but 130 countries representing 98% of global GDP are looking into digital currency. Maybe, just maybe, it's something we should look into as well. Unfortunately, I think some of my friends on the other side want to go back to stone tablets. It's our job in Congress to address the privacy concerns, not to bury our heads in the sand and pretend like the world isn't moving forward. Mr. Speaker, it's all stunts instead of solutions, extremism over bipartisanship, and it's really a shame. This narrow majority could have given us a chance to work together in a bipartisan way. But instead, my friends over on the other side of the aisle have pandered to their most extreme members over and over and over again. They let the extremists kick out their own speaker. They let the extremists dictate the agenda on the House floor. They let the extremists take down 7 rule votes since January 2023, a stunning indictment of their ability to get anything done. And speaking of indictments, Republicans are skipping their real jobs to take day trips up to New York to try to undermine Donald Trump's criminal trial. No time to work with Democrats, but plenty of time to put on weird matching cult uniforms and stand behind President Trump with their bright red ties and like pathetic props. Maybe they want to distract from the fact that their candidate for president has been indicted more times than he's been elected. Maybe they don't want to talk about the fact that the leader of their party is on trial for covering up hush money payments to a porn star for political gain, not to mention 3 other criminal felony prosecutions he's facing. Now, I understand why my Republican friends want to distract from Donald Trump. They don't want to talk about how Trump had the worst jobs record since the Great Depression, how he sold out our allies and empowered our adversaries. So they bring silly things like this to the floor to deflect blame and distract from the fact that they have no real vision, just division, and no real plans to make life better for the American people. And with that, I reserve my time.
The chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumed nominees for the office of the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to note that the bury the head in the sand approach is the very approach that Chairman Gensler has been taking with regard to the regulation of digital assets. Our colleagues seem to be less concerned about getting a regulatory framework for consumer protection and are hurrying to put in a central bank digital currency for digital surveillance. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, a few moments ago, I was admonished for stating the simple fact that the former president was indicted by a grand jury and is on trial in a court of law. That's not my opinion. It's just the truth. So I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, has the chair determined it's unparliamentary to state a fact?
The chair is not in a position to determine the veracity of remarks made on the floor. That members must avoid personalities.
Yeah, well, that's unbelievable. Last week during debate, a Republican member of this House said, and I quote, "Watch the former president of the United States being hauled into court day after day with a sham trial," end quote. He wasn't admonished. I just referenced the same trial, and I was. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask a further parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it correct that members of Congress can mention the trial of the presumptive nominee for president, call it a sham, and question the integrity of the judge, but a reference to the mere existence of that same trial without any characterization that's out of order?
The chair will not issue an advisory opinion.
Well, one last parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Is this restriction originally founded, at least in part, on the principle in Jefferson's manual that, quote, in Parliament, to speak irreverently or seditiously against the king is against order, end quote? Is that what this is about? I have Jefferson's manual here.
Members must avoid personalities in debates. The chair will direct members to Rule 17 in Section 370 of the House Rules and Manual.
Yeah. So it is in fact based on what's in Jefferson's manual. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump might want to be a king, but he's not a king. He is not a presumptive king. He's not even the president. He's a presumptive nominee. And I know you're trying to do your job and follow precedent, but frankly, at some point, it's time for this body to recognize that there is no precedent for this situation. We have a presumptive nominee for president facing 88 felony counts, and we're being prevented from even acknowledging it. These are not alternative facts. These are real facts. A candidate for president of the United States is on trial for sending a hush money payment to a porn star to avoid a sex scandal during his 2016 campaign, and then fraudulently disguising those payments in violation of the law. He's also charged with conspiring to overturn the election. He's also charged with stealing classified information, and a jury has already found him liable for rape in a civil court. And yet, in this Republican-controlled House, it's okay to talk about the trial, but you have to call it a sham.
We take down his words.
It's okay to say the jury is rigged.
Mr. Speaker, I
but not
demand that
Trump
his
should
words
held
be taken
accountable.
down.
It's okay to say the court is corrupt.
Gentleman will suspend.
But not Trump is corrupting the rule of law.
Indiana, to demand that his words be taken down. The gentleman from Massachusetts will be seated. The clerk will report the words.
So let's just hang out here. We got to figure out exactly what the words were. All right. So Mr. Carl, we're gonna figure out exactly how we want to proceed here. He just said stuff that's clearly out of order. Shouldn't be the time to demand. We're gonna get the words back from the official reporters so that the clerk can read them. That's gonna take some time. In the interim, we're gonna talk through what the options are to get out of this.
As such, in Section 370 of the manual, the acquisition that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal is not in order. The chair relies on the precincts of March 19, 1988, September 10th, 1998, and finds that the remarks consistently a personal attack. Without objections, the offensive words are stricken from the record. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the time. It's great to finally get to make a speech here. I'm a strong supporter of the legislation to be considered under the rule before us today, including the Central Bank Digital Currency Anti-Surveillance State Act, which will prohibit the Federal Reserve from pursuing a path that could jeopardize the financial freedoms and privacy of the American people. Around the world, we are seeing authoritarian regimes embrace digital currencies. And why? It is a means to more effectively and tightly control their people. That's why the Chinese Communist Party is actively developing a digital currency that will allow them to throttle the Chinese people's access to bank accounts and subject them to Orwellian social credit systems, among other forms of oppressive state control. Yet we've also seen freer democratic governments, not too different from our own, pursue policies in recent years to try to control their citizens' access to basic financial services, destroying their livelihoods in the process. In fact, it was our neighbors in Canada who recently shut down access to personal bank accounts of protesters who had the audacity to exercise their right to demonstrate in opposition to their government's draconian COVID-era lockdowns and vaccine mandates. Mr. Speaker, before coming to Congress, I joined our healthcare workers and others in the state of New York to protest against Governor Cuomo's oppressive, misguided COVID vaccine mandates that led to thousands of New Yorkers, including many frontline healthcare workers, losing their jobs. With tools like digital currency at their disposal, it creates a new pathway for the government to retaliate against those who speak up and voice a difference in opinion. If they had this power back then, would they have used it? Based on our experience with the Biden administration over the past 4 years and the weaponization of government agencies, I'm not surprised that the American people can clearly see the danger here. This administration, with regulation after regulation, policy after policy, has chipped away at the freedoms of the American people. Under President Biden, everyday Americans are left wondering if they'll be able to purchase a gas stove, drive an affordable car, do what they like with their private land, or even whether they can safely voice a conservative viewpoint without some form of reprisal from their government. We cannot take for granted our rights as Americans, especially when you have an administration captured and intimidated by the radical left that has weaponized our federal agencies against the freedoms of individuals, as the Biden administration has over the past 4 years. The American people are sick and tired of giving up their freedoms and being spied on by our federal government. First, it was warrantless surveillance through FISA. Today, it's a government-controlled digital currency. If we allow this dangerous trend to continue, what is next? Mr. Speaker, we need to pass the underlying legislation to prevent any further pursuit of an authoritarian policy like the creation of a centralized, controllable digital currency. Let's pass this rule and protect the financial privacy and the freedoms of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5403, the CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, a bill I was proud to co-sponsor, and I'd like to thank Majority Whip Tom Emmer and Chairman McHenry of the House Financial Services Committee for their work on this legislation to protect Americans' privacy and financial data. A central bank digital currency, or CDBC, would have devastating consequences for the Fourth Amendment rights of all freedom-loving Americans. Just as we've seen the federal government weaponized against conservatives, whether it's the IRS, the DOJ, the FBI, or even the Fed, no three-letter government agency should be able to trample on our Constitution. In 21st century America, the freedom to purchase goods and services necessary to care for and protect our families shouldn't be left up to the government. A CBDC is a slippery slope towards ceding that liberty. I urge all members to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
America has always been a leader in innovation and technology, particularly in financial services. In order for this to remain the case, we must support regulatory structures that continue to foster that same innovative spirit without sacrificing privacy, provide necessary consumer protections, and preserve market integrity. Because before us is the opportunity to move legislation that could have a positive effect on the everyday lives of all Americans. HR 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century, or FIT 21, is a bill that delivers on all of these fronts for the future of digital assets here in the United States. Speaking of protecting Americans, HR 5403, the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC Anti-Surveillance State Act, ensures that the government is never in a position to weaponize the financial system against the American people. Innovation cannot come at the cost of sacrificing individual liberties. The issuance of a CBDC would only work to compromise Americans' rights and privacy. And finally, HR 192 protects the integrity of American elections here in the District of Columbia, and we must prevent it. Congress must step in when local officials in the district fail to protect election integrity in this most basic sense. Non-citizens, including illegal immigrants and agents of foreign governments, must not have the ability to vote in American elections at any level, anywhere. This is a basic issue of responsible governance. To ensure government is responsive to and protective of the people it serves, elections must not include non-citizens or foreign actors. I look forward to these bills moving out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
What purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring to vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 203. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We'd request a recorded
For what
vote.
purpose does the gentleman?
A recorded vote is requested.
Thank you. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Have all the members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. For what purpose, gentlemen from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill, H.R. 4763.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1243 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union to consideration of H.R. 4763. The chair appoints a gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guess, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The House is in the committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4763, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I ask that I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today, Congress will establish a new high water mark for digital asset policy. To be clear, this joint effort between the Financial Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee did not come together overnight, far from it. We've formed subcommittees, convened working groups, heard from countless stakeholders, and received input from members across the ideological spectrum in the House of Representatives. Last July, we passed the Bipartisan Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, FIT 21, out of our respective committees. Each step in this process has created a new high water mark. The next step will be a broad bipartisan vote today to finally provide the robust consumer protections and clear regulatory framework established by this bill. FIT 21 will cement the United States' global leadership in technological innovation, invention, and adoption. Unfortunately, our current regulatory framework is preventing digital assets innovation from reaching its full potential. The SEC and the CFTC are currently in a food fight for control of these asset classes. They've created an impossible situation where the same firms are subject to competing and contradictory enforcement actions by the two different agencies, leaving consumers behind, leaving innovators behind. FIT 21 fixes this by creating a regulatory framework that will provide clear rules of the road and strong guardrails for the Americans engaging with the digital asset ecosystem. At its core, FIT 21 applies time-tested consumer protections to ensure that 20% of Americans who engage in the digital asset ecosystem can do so safely, and so more Americans can engage as well. Today, we have the opportunity to answer the calls of consumers, digital asset innovators, and the Biden administration. We can establish the next high watermark for digital assets here in the United States. I urge my colleagues to support consumer protection, innovation, and American leadership by voting for FIT 21. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4763, which I am calling Not Fit for Purpose Act. This bill would deregulate a substantial portion of the crypto industry, taking them out of the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, and allowing them to operate either under a lighter touch regulatory regime, under the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or in what I have called a regulatory no man's land, with no primary regulator and virtually no regulations. For crypto, that would remain under the SEC's purview. This bill still provides major exemptions from critical securities laws. And if this wasn't bad enough, this bill is not just about crypto. Language was added to the bill after it was marked up by the committees of jurisdiction that would allow even some traditional securities to also exist in this regulatory no man's land. Specifically, I'm referring to Title II of the bill that defines the term investment contract asset. Assets that fall under this definition are explicitly deemed not to be securities and therefore not under the SEC's purview. But the bill doesn't provide an alternative legal framework for these assets. This represents an extreme MAGA libertarian approach where companies can operate without regulatory scrutiny and consumers and investors are on their own in detecting and avoiding fraudulent schemes. While Republican defenders of this bill have argued that this definition of investment contract asset is limited to digital assets under the bill, this is disputed by legal experts and SEC Chair Gary Gensler himself, who confirmed in a recent statement regarding this bill that it would have a broader impact on traditional securities. Interestingly, I don't hear any arguments from the Republicans at the Rules Committee hearing disputing that this would in fact be a regulatory no man's land, even if they insist it's just for crypto. Even for crypto, that would be transferred over to the CFTC. I have serious concerns about the loss of protections for consumers and investors. The CFTC is generally designed to deal with sophisticated institutional investors and traders. It doesn't have the same kind of protections that the SEC has for retail investors and consumers. Under all three avenues provided for crypto under this bill, the CFTC's lighter touch regulatory regime, SEC's weaker regulatory regime for restricted digital assets, or the regulatory no man's land. These are just a few examples of protections that would be stripped away. The right of an investor to sue, gone. Protections against conflicts of interest, gone. The right to critical disclosures that help investors make informed choices, gone. Enforcement by states against fraud and enforcement by the SEC for all of the above protections, including anti-fraud. H.R. 4763 would also upend more than 170 enforcement cases the SEC has brought related to crypto violations. These actions have been brought by both Democratic and Republican administrations to protect investors against crypto bad actors. The SEC is the federal agency on the front lines of enforcing our existing securities laws on crypto firms that have willfully chosen to ignore the law and defrauded consumers out of billions of dollars with these get-rich-quick schemes. Given this industry a free pass to avoid most all regulations cannot be the answer to the serious concerns that members have raised about crypto fraud. I've seen many efforts by Republicans acting at the behest of the industry to pass deregulatory regulation, but this is perhaps the worst, most harmful proposal I have seen in a long time. This bill would deregulate crypto and certain traditional securities to the extent that I and other experts have expressed serious concerns about this bill, causing a potential market crash and recession. I'm also reminded of how, over the warnings of regulators, Congress moved to deregulate of the over-the-counter derivatives. Remember the derivatives market back in 2000? The resultant financial crisis triggered the implosion of financial institutions, a wave of foreclosures, and trillions of dollars in lost wealth. And so I urge my colleagues, don't forget, you should not repeat the history with this bill. I want to highlight that Biden administration has released a statement of administration policy opposing this bill. The bill is also opposed by a long list of investors and consumer advocates, state securities administrators concerned about state preemption, labor organizations worried about the retirement funds of their members, environmentalist groups concerned about the undisclosed risk of crypto mining, civic organizations worried about the undue influence of financial and crypto industry over Congress's actions, academics, legal experts, and technologists. So I urge my colleagues to stand up. Don't be afraid of big crypto. Stand up for everyday investors and consumers. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chair of the Agriculture Committee and partner in FIT 21, Glenn Thompson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21. which establishes a regulatory framework for digital assets while protecting consumers and fostering innovation within the United States. This legislation has been a long time coming. Since 2018, the House Committee on Agriculture has held numerous hearings, roundtables, and meetings, and introduced multiple pieces of legislation to bring certainty and clarity to the digital asset markets. For Congress to establish a comprehensive digital assets market framework, it was clear the House Committee on Agriculture and the House Committee on Financial Services needed to work in a collaborative manner. Chairman McHenry and I first met nearly 2 years ago to discuss this ambitious plan, and together we aim to develop the best policies possible. Over this Congress, members of both committees have engaged in robust and collaborative debates and educational sessions on current securities and commodities laws and regulations, as well as gaining a deeper understanding of the digital asset ecosystem. Through this process, we learned several key points, including the current process to determine if a digital asset is a security or not is unclear, unworkable, and impractical. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission lacks essential regulatory authority over retailing intermediaries in the digital commodity spot market. The treatment of customer assets held by intermediaries needs to be strengthened. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have claimed this bill will allow a substantial portion of crypto and some traditional securities to escape nearly all laws and regulations operating without any primary regulator. That is far from the truth. The legislation before us today enhances existing securities and commodities regulations to create an appropriate framework for digital assets. For example, a registered digital commodity exchange would follow regulations similar to those of the CFTC for derivatives exchanges, including monitoring trading activity, prohibiting abusive practices, reporting trading information, managing conflicts of interest, ensuring governance standards, upholding cybersecurity, and more. Mr. Speaker, Congress has a historic opportunity to enact legislation that not only protects consumers, but also ensures that the United States remains at the forefront of technical innovation. By supporting FIT 21, we can create a safer, more transparent, and more competitive environment for digital assets. Let us seize this moment to provide clear guidelines and robust protections, fostering a future where innovation can thrive responsibly within our borders. And I certainly urging all my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the gentlelady from Washington State, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, has a few questions for clarification. And I yield to the gentlelady for questions.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I rise in support of HR 4763. Blockchains are new foundational technology which will reshape our daily lives. Through innovative design approaches, blockchains can be used in all kinds of applications like tracking products through supply chains or facilitating the tokenization of financial assets. Unfortunately, many American innovators are being pushed abroad by overzealous regulators. According to a report by Electric Capital, the U.S. share of blockchain developers has declined from 40% in 2017 to 29% in 2022. So I'm excited about this legislation, providing clear rules of the road. This is a clear complement to some of the work that we've been doing in ENC to ensure American leadership in blockchain technology. I just would like to clarify some of the non-financial applications and uses that may be unintentionally captured by the bill.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate the time. So based on conversations I've had, it's my understanding that the intent of this bill is to ensure that the current authority over certain restricted digital asset transactions remains with the SEC and that the CFTC would only be authorized to regulate certain intermediaries in spot digital commodity markets. Is this correct?
If your understanding of the legislation is correct, the intent of FIT 21 is to draw jurisdictional lines between the SEC and the CFTC as it relates to certain spot digital asset transactions.
Thank you. Can you clarify your intent when it comes to exclusive jurisdiction of the CFTC and how this would impact the current protections for Americans against fraud and market manipulation?
Now, FIT 21 provides the CFTC with exclusive jurisdiction over digital commodity spot market transactions, which occur on or through entities that are registered with CFTC. FIT 21 does not provide CFTC with the authority to directly regulate any transaction between two people, which is not intermediated by an entity registered with the CFTC. Separate from FIT 21, CFTC has existing authority to police spot market commodities for fraud and market manipulation, which FIT 21 does not change.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Thompson, Chairman McHenry,
Thank you, Speaker.
and Representative Hill for the clarification, all your work. I yield back.
My time has expired. Yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Inclusion.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding me this time. Mr. Chairman, I've been a member of Congress for over 20 years, and I just want to say that this is probably one of the worst. It may not be the worst, but it's in the top 3 in terms of the worst bills that I have seen actually progress to the floor of the House. Anybody who is excited about this bill either has not read it or does not understand it. This bill is a radical rewrite of the securities laws in this country. As most people who know our history realize that in 1929, when the markets crashed, we established the Securities and Exchange Commission in 1934, shortly after the crash. And what that did is it created an agency that became the cop on the beat in financial services. They became the protectors of investors. And since that time in 1934, as courts have interpreted that law that is protecting investors, we've built up a body of case law that now makes the United States financial markets the most robust, and they become the marvel of the world. Everyone comes to the United States for investment because they know that their investment is protected and they will be treated fairly in the courts because we have well-defined laws. Well, this bill undoes all of that. This bill is a radical rewriting of the securities laws since 1934. It redefines what a security is. It allows financial companies to escape the cop on the beat. So now they can leave the jurisdiction of the SEC and go over to the CFTC, which has a fraction of, it's about 6 times as small as the SEC. So what will happen here is you'll see a migration of companies going out from under the SEC jurisdiction over the CFTC, and this will cause havoc in our financial markets eventually. The one amendment I would have liked to see on this bill is that any company that becomes insolvent because of their involvement with crypto cannot receive a taxpayer bailout, because that's where this bill is heading. This is going to cause infirmity in the financial institutions in this country as they get commingled with crypto, and eventually we will be forced to be put in a situation where we're going to have to bail some of these banks out because of their involvement in crypto. This is a very bad bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now recognize the chairman of the Digital Asset Subcommittee on Financial Services, so shepherded this bill along very well. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, 2 minutes.
For what amount of time is the gentleman recognized?
I thank the chairman. This is for those watching at home. It's like the tale of two cities, where one side is offering a work of fiction and the other side working a term of nonfiction. And I think over here, those that support this bill are supporting exactly the opposite of what I've heard on the other side of the aisle. You know, since last January, our two committees, Agriculture and Financial Services, have collaborated to make sure that we protect consumers and investors and the digital marketplace by preventing fraud, manipulation, front running, other abusive practices, applying Bank Secrecy Act, AML requirements, and know your customer rules, mitigating conflicts of interest, requiring firms to hold capital, segregate customer funds, have the right kind of custody policy, have registration for exchanges, dealers, and brokers who are working in digital assets, imposing reporting and bookkeeping requirements, building on the existing exemption regime for the offer and sale of digital securities to include robust disclosures to anyone considering a purchase. With that said, we hear a lot about the lack of legal clarity for the treatment of digital assets, which was the impetus for this legislation. But what does that even mean? Mr. Speaker, on this day, the SEC and the CFTC still contradict each other in court about whether a digital asset like Ethereum should be treated as a security or a commodity. Both cannot be true. When two federal agencies in the same administration cannot agree on the law, it should be up to Congress. And that's what the regulatory clarity that this bill, the FIT 21 Act, will bring. In fact, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that FIT 21 is responsive to President Biden's own executive order and the Financial Stability Oversight Council report calling on Congress to enact a framework for digital assets that are not securities, and that's what we've done. I'm also proud that this measure is the product of committee work done through regular order and through good faith bipartisan efforts. All members should support this bill. I encourage a full yes vote from both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Good work, French. That was good.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard several times that this legislation is better than the status quo. There's a whole lot of reasons that's not true, but I want to focus specifically on this bill's utter failure to address the use of cryptocurrency by terrorists, foreign adversaries, and criminals. By the way, those issues, Treasury asked us specifically to address these issues with a whole bunch of reasonable changes. We introduced amendments. Every one of those amendments was rejected. The anti-money laundering provisions that are in this bill simply duplicate existing requirements. And yet, as the bill's supporters have actually argued, and Treasury has agreed, that the status quo is not sufficient to address the challenges created by cryptocurrencies. How do we know that cryptocurrencies are a problem for money laundering? Because the bad guys love crypto. Let's give you some examples. North Korean hackers have stolen $3 billion in cryptocurrency since 2017. White House national security officials have said last year that crypto theft and cybercrime have funded half of North Korea's nuclear program. Russia and Venezuela are both using crypto to evade U.S. sanctions. Venezuela recently said that because of the bite of sanctions, they are now moving to accept payments in crypto because that allows them to get money that we in Washington cannot track. Treasury Department's reviewing more than $20 billion of cryptocurrency that was laundered through a Russian-based cryptocurrency exchange. The Treasury Department has noted that Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda are all using crypto to finance terrorist attacks generally. Crypto is the preferred means of payment for fentanyl trafficking. Chinese businesses that sell fentanyl chemical ingredients to Mexican cartels have accepted millions in crypto payments. They've sold enough ingredients to make more than $54 billion worth of fentanyl pills. That's enough to kill 8.6 billion people if you're counting. Blockchain analysis firm Chainalytics said in January, and I quote, "Virtual currency is the dominant choice for buyers and sellers of child sexual abuse content." FinCEN basically said the same thing, said perpetrators of online child sexual exploitation are increasingly using convertible virtual currency to avoid detection. I could go on and on. These are not cherry-picked statistics. These are statistics from U.S. officials and from crypto firms, people who are entrusted with protecting our national security and care about this stuff. The Treasury Department asked for new rules to protect this. Every single one of those proposals was objected to either in the Financial Services Committee, the Ag Committee, or in the Rules Committee. If that was all this bill did, that would be one thing. But in fact, this bill goes out of its way to make it weaker by basically saying that anybody who uses unhosted wallets, decentralized or DeFi services is exempted from regulation, ignoring recommendations from both the Trump and Biden administration. Now, my Republican colleagues will boast that in this rule, there's specific language that says that brokers and dealers are required to comply with anti-money laundering requirements. They're already required to do that. This bill does nothing to address that. It's exactly the same. You're going to brag about saying it's now illegal to speed. What we should have done, we should have made provisions to ban anonymous actors, to prevent you from saying, I want to move crypto from my account to yours, and I'm going to move it through an anonymous party so you can't tell what a bad guy I am. It should have banned people from using digital asset mixers that allow you to take a whole bunch of people, combine all their money together, and then give you something where you can't trace it through. If you want to understand how crazy this is, I would encourage you to go to your bank and try to deposit $10,000 in cash at your bank. Your bank will tell you, you have to tell me where that money came from. I'm going to take you back behind the counter. We're going to have to take your picture. We're going to have to get fingerprints because I do not like money laundering and I am obliged to protect it. By comparison, if you want to move $1 million of crypto from one person's account to another, send it through these mixers, send it through these anonymizers, you can do it. I have a little bit more time.
Gentleman, an additional half minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
So we've got all these mixers that are used. Why were they not included in there? I don't know. I know why the crypto industry doesn't want them included in there, because they are profiting from people who are using these illicit services. The largest cryptocurrency exchange that stands to benefit from this regime helped to finance a legal challenge to the Treasury Department's case against Tornado Cash, which was the largest asset mixer in the world. This is a bad bill. It fails to address known problems. What it does do, however, is make the United States safer for drug traffickers, for terrorist funders, for child and drug traffickers, and for those who buy and sell child pornography. I did not know those groups had such advocates in Congress, but I am proud to oppose them and encourage all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from South Dakota, my good friend, Mr. Johnson, the chair of the Digital Asset Commodities Rural Development Subcommittee on the Agriculture Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Here in Congress, we're supposed to be in the problem-solving business, and my, oh my, do we have problems in the digital asset space. In recent years, we have seen the FTX debacle, a debacle that happened under the regulatory regime that some members apparently are so enamored with, a regime that does not work today. We have seen a chronic and disruptive overreach by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And we have seen innovation and investment flow overseas. Mr. Speaker, they seek markets that are more predictable. We are the only G7 country that hasn't figured this out yet. And so clearly we have problems. I would submit that FIT 21 is the solution. We, for more than a year, French Hill and I, working with Chairs McHenry and Thompson and members on both sides of the aisle, have worked hard to together craft a solution that increases regulatory predictability, that increases consumer protection, and that will foster innovation. I know that success has many fathers and mothers, and so I do want to thank Misters McHenry and Thompson, Hill, Emmer, Davidson on the Republican side. But I do need to especially recognize my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, particularly Mr. Nickel and Ms. Caravello, who have invested countless hours in getting this bill right. They have been joined by Himes, Crockett, Torres, Soto, Gottheimer, Davis. This bill, this success would not be possible without their good faith efforts, and I thank them. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, members, it is no mystery why the crypto industry refers to be regulated by the CFTC rather than the SEC. Let's start with the substantial differences in funding and staff for the CFTC compared to SEC. In 2023, the CFTC employed roughly 680 full-time employees with an annual budget of $365 million, while the Security and Exchange Commission, the SEC, employed over 4,500 and had a budget of over $2 billion. Even with the limited funding provided to the CFTC under this bill, which is capped at 40 million and set to expire after 4 years, the CFT's funding would be only 1/5 of the SEC's budget. 40 billion is not sufficient to oversee more than 16,000 cryptocurrency. Let's not forget that the same Republicans that are bringing this bill to the floor are the same ones that proposed cutting CFTC's budget last year. Moreover, the CFTC is designed to deal mostly with sophisticated institutional investors and traders rather than retail investors and consumers. Therefore, the CFTC does not have the same level of protections for retail investors and consumers. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, I would simply say that we should look at this example. The CFTC has no mandate like the SEC that requires entities to act in the best interest of the investors or to put their clients' interests first. This is just another reason why I am very concerned about the light touch regulatory regime under the CFTC. With that, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Last week, we had Police Week. This week, the Republicans show us that they support crime in the suites. The effect of this bill short term will be to disempower the most effective investor protection crime investigation organization in the world, the SEC. But the long-term objective of the crypto billionaire bros is to create a new currency, and they've named it well. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. And if it ever becomes a currency, it means that we will not be able to enforce our tax laws except on wage earners. And we will not be able to enforce our laws against child and traffickers, drug dealers, and those who violate our sanctions. Now, the crypto bros have a lot of money. They make money by literally making money. They spread it around all Washington. They had Sam Bankman-Fried do it. Now he's in jail. Others have stepped forward. They've got a PR campaign. The Lakers don't play at enforced tax laws arena. They don't play at an arena dedicated to law enforcement. They play at crypto.com arena. But in spite of all that money and power, 3/4 of Democrats voted no on this bill when it was before our committee. There are those who say they want clarity. We have the clarity. The SEC has jurisdiction. What they really want is a patina of regulation, as little regulation as possible to claim to be regulated. Now, this bill would be bad enough if we were dealing with the original statute. And I know a lot of my colleagues have had meetings in their offices and they were told about this bill weeks ago, months ago. Some are leaning toward voting for it because they don't know that they dropped a new title in the bill just a few weeks ago. What does that new title do? Does it prohibit secret wallets, self-custody wallets? No. Does it outlaw the mixers that have as their sole purpose to mix up law enforcement? No. What does this new title do? It defines a investment contract in a new way, designed to make this bill not just applicable to crypto, but it says our regular stocks and bonds can be put on blockchain and have no regulation from the SEC. It is a dagger at the $100 trillion capital markets that we have that finance our whole economy. It doesn't just say, well, you're moving from SEC's tough regulation to the CFTC's weak regulation. It allows crypto to get no regulation by defining themselves as an investment contract. So this is a bill that will gut regulation of crypto and make gut regulation of all of our capital markets. But it goes beyond that. Its ultimate purpose is to move forward with this cryptocurrency project. Now, right now, crypto is not a currency. There are very few purchases of goods with crypto. You can't buy a sandwich. But if crypto becomes a currency, but the very few times, as Mr. Caston pointed out, that crypto is used as a means of exchange, it's used by the worst criminals in the world. But if crypto does become a currency, then we will not be able to enforce our other laws. Now, we have to understand, every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. The patriotic anarchists come forward and they say, we want a strong America and we want to destroy the power of the American government. You can't have it both ways. This is a bill that in the short term means no regulation for of crypto. Not just lighter regulation under the CFTC, but no regulation under their new title. It is a bill that could gut all securities regulation for the stocks and bonds that power the American economy. And then longer term, it creates a competitor to the US dollar, which has one advantage. It's right in the name, hidden money. Hide your money from the IRS, from our sanctions enforcers, from everyone involved in the US government. And then finally, crypto declares that it wants to partially displace the US dollar as a reserve currency. If it's successful in that,
Yield
it will
30 additional seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
you have
for
to
30
understand
seconds.
how important it is. We, frankly, are not fiscally responsible in this House. We don't collect near as much taxes as we spend in benefits. We're able to do that without too much harm because of the role of the US dollar as a reserve currency. We have fiscal policies that would make Argentina blush, but we're able to do it. The crypto bros see the incredible amount of money and power the US government has by being the world's reserve currency, and they say no, they want to appropriate them from themselves. I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. The gentleman from North Carolina has 19 and a half minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from California has 7.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my colleague and friend from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, who's been a great leader on digital assets and pragmatic policy here in the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT 21, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. This legislation is a product of hundreds and hundreds of hours of bipartisan collaboration, and I was proud to work with Chair McHenry, Digital Assets Subcommittee Chair Hill, and members of the House Financial Services Committee to get this bill on the floor. This is a big deal. We're currently relying on 90-year-old securities law written before the internet even existed, and Congress has never voted on a regulatory structure for crypto. Roughly 20% of Americans have invested, traded, or used crypto, so it's not going anywhere. Whether you love crypto or you hate it, you should support regulation, because the status quo just isn't working, and we can't wait for the next FTX to take action. It's clear there are regulatory gaps between the SEC and the CFTC. Right now, we are the global leader in financial services and technology in the United States. If we still want to hold this position in 50 years, then we need to pass FIT 21. Support for U.S. leadership in digital assets shouldn't be a partisan issue. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I'd like to enter into the record a letter of support from the Chamber of Progress outlining how FIT 21 lays out strong rules of the road, consumer protections, and supports innovation. Then I'll yield back.
The gentleman's request is supported by General Lee. The gentleman from North
I now
Carolina
yield 4 minutes
reserves.
to the gentleman from
Gentlewoman
Illinois,
from
Mr. Foster,
California is
who is
recognized.
also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and monetary policy.
The gentleman is recognized. Madam from California, can you clarify how much time is yielded? Will the gentlewoman from California clarify the time yielded?
4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized
Yes.
for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Waters, for yielding. I rise in opposition to this bill, and while I'm encouraged by the dialogue and collaboration that's taken place between the House Financial Services Committee and the House Ag Committee on this bill, I believe in the potential of distributed ledger technology. I'm in fact the co-chair of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, and perhaps the only member of Congress who's actually programmed a blockchain client. But this bill I cannot support in its current form. To that end, my office submitted 3 constructive clarifying amendments, none of which were made in order by the Rules Committee. This legislation contains several fatal flaws. First, this legislation largely shifts oversight of the digital assets industry away from the Securities and Exchange Commission, which has a long track record of successfully protecting retail investors from abuse in the financial markets, towards the CFTC, which has traditionally overseen markets with significantly less retail participation. Secondly, it would create a safe harbor for wannabe pirates through a so-called intent to register that shields crypto firms from SEC investor protection rules before the agencies even have time to write the rules. Thirdly, the bill was not crafted through regular order. This version of the bill contains a new and dangerous title that was never considered by the Financial Services Committee, Title II, which would create a new class of, quote, investment in contract assets, unquote, which has the potential to undermine decades of legal precedent governing the securities laws and to create opportunities for regulatory arbitrage. Instead, it was airdropped in during closed-door negotiations and before it was materialized for a final vote today. That is not regular order. Finally, this bill also fails to address fundamental challenges of digital assets related to uncontrolled anonymity of self-hosted digital wallets that I believe must be addressed for the digital asset industry to accede to a healthy and sustainable future over the long term. For example, to be regulated as a commodity under this bill, no person or group can have owned more than 20% of the assets at any point over the preceding 12 months. How can this possibly be guaranteed when unknown fractions of ownership are held in anonymous self-hosted wallets? This bill requires the SEC to issue beneficial ownership disclosure rules. However, the SEC has little or no means of compelling individuals or firms in other countries to comply with such a requirement. This beneficial ownership test could be skewed by non-compliant foreign owners, or by individuals spreading their holdings across multiple wallets, or by dead or lost crypto that artificially inflates the amount of the asset that's currently judged to be in circulation. And the list goes on. This legislation actually ties the hands of the top financial crimes watchdog, the FinCEN, limiting their ability to respond to issues related to self-custody of digital wallets, which they will tell you is the main issue that they struggle with every day in trying to prevent financial crimes. So given the widespread use of digital assets by bad actors, we should strengthen the authorities of FinCEN and not weaken them. My colleagues and I, as I said, offered several constructive amendments to this bill to clarify and address these issues, and the Rules Committee, controlled by the majority, unfortunately chose to exclude every one of them from today's debate. So given the content of this bill and its failure to address these issues, I cannot support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, a great leader for digital assets, cryptocurrency, and innovation, Tom Emmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have an opportunity to determine whether the next iteration of the internet will be designed by Americans or if it will instead reflect the values of some other nation. The FIT21 Act gives us that opportunity and unlocks a larger conversation beyond innovation. This bill is about national security. It's about consumer protection. It's about global competitiveness. It's about shaping what the future global digital economy looks like and how it functions. Currently, all online transactions are intermediated. But as we move deeper into the digital age, digital assets are key to decentralizing the internet so Americans can transact directly with each other. Now, no intermediary needed. Without crypto, we don't have this ability. And I think giving Americans the choice to do business through an intermediary or directly with each other is important. Having that choice will fundamentally alter the digital economy, unlocking new opportunities for Americans and individuals across the world in ways we haven't even begun to contemplate. However, this Congress can no longer stand by as regulators squander this opportunity right within our grasp. This administration has demonstrated they simply are not willing to allow the digital asset industry to innovate in the United States. For every legal inconsistency or regulatory hurdle they produce, instead of coherent and informed guidance, they drive American digital asset users into less safe jurisdictions. That's why the FIT21 Act is significant, to set clear and consistent rules for American innovators. Among the many important provisions in this bill is my Securities Clarity Act, bipartisan language tailored specifically to digital assets that provides the legal flexibility for a digital asset project to transition from centralization to decentralization. This transition is critical to the future peer-to-peer digital economy, and I thank the chairman and my friends on the other side of the aisle for working with me to incorporate this section into the bill today. Their work on this extensive framework will allow Americans to once again lead the way. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
A time.
The gentlelady reserves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I inquire of the time remaining on both sides?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 16 minutes remaining.
I yield, and how much time?
The gentlewoman from California has 4 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, who's been a fantastic leader on the Agriculture Committee on Digital Assets, Ms. Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of HR 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, because the time has come for us to establish a comprehensive regulatory system for digital assets. About 70% of digital assets are currently unregulated. That leaves a large number of retail investors unprotected in a volatile market where many people have already lost their life savings. There is clearly a gap in oversight over our digital asset cash markets, and I believe the status quo is unacceptable. Despite previous volatility, a significant number of Americans continue to own and invest in digital markets in an unprotected manner. As Congress falls behind other nations in a race to establish a clear regulatory framework, we run the risk of industry players taking their services and customers abroad, including to foreign jurisdictions with insufficient regulations. Since we began this process over a year ago, I made it a point to work across the aisle with Chairs Thompson and Johnson to improve the bill as much as possible. I am happy to report that the bill retains many of the provisions that I fought for, with one of the most important pieces being a funding mechanism for the CFTC. Increased funding will be vital for the CFTC as they take on further oversight activities and engage in a rulemaking process. I would like to thank my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans, who have helped strengthen the consumer protections in this bill, including strengthening disclosure requirements, market integrity, and transparency, stricter regulatory requirements for emerging financial technologies, prohibiting commingling of customer funds with firm funds, and establishing a process of temporary oversight before rulemaking is complete. I am excited about the innovation these technologies have to offer, which is why I believe they deserve a comprehensive regulatory environment. But making sure customers and retail investors are protected as they navigate the space remains a top priority. I believe we have made significant improvements in that direction. I am looking forward to continuing to move this bill forward, taking a first real step to regulate a market.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves.
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady from California has indeed been a great advocate for consumer protection. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Godheimer.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Bipartisan Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. The well-reasoned, thoughtful bipartisan legislation is a result of rigorous research and bipartisan negotiation by the Financial Services Committee, which I proudly helped lead with Representatives McHenry and Hill, and I want to thank them both and all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who work so hard to make sure the consumers in our country are protected. Cryptocurrency is here, and it has a tremendous economic potential for our country. My state, New Jersey, ranks second nationwide in crypto ownership by proportion, and the key is now making sure we protect Americans who own it and ensure our country can realize the economic and jobs potential it has to offer. For that to happen, we need rules of the road to guide entrepreneurs and businesses and embrace innovators and protect consumers. This bill offers protections that are fit for the 21st century. Fit 21 takes common sense steps to safeguard consumer and in their investments and strengthen market oversight. The legislation includes key transparency and accountability measures. And at the same time, Fit 21 eliminates regulatory redundancies. Would you consider yielding me 30 more seconds?
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
Thank you. So at the same time, Fit 21 eliminates regulatory redundancy. So the SEC and CFTC work together to protect investors and crack down on nefarious crypto users. Finally, this legislation spurs American-led innovation, encouraging entrepreneurs and businesses to invest here instead of going abroad to other nations with no consumer protections. I urge my colleagues to support this important, innovative, and bipartisan legislation. It's fit to become law if we work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
We'll now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from New York, leader on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For far too long, the U.S. digital asset ecosystem has been plagued by regulatory uncertainty. Consumers, yes, have fallen victim to scams, hacks, market manipulation, and bankruptcies after intermediaries misused customer funds and were unable to meet their obligations. Thanks to the leadership of Chairman McHenry and Thompson, Representatives Dusty Johnson and French Hill, we finally have a framework, thanks to the work of many, before us today that will set a regulatory foundation to protect consumers and innovators alike, all the while ensuring future American leadership in this space. This bipartisan bill does, in fact, provide consumer protections and a functional regulatory framework that will ensure the digital asset ecosystem is safe for investors. This bill accomplishes this by delivering the transparency consumers expect and need to make informed decisions and prevent brokers from engaging in manipulative practices that harm American investors. This regulatory certainty will also drive financial inclusion by promoting technology that can foster economic growth in underserved communities and expand opportunities for economic participation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time and encourage my colleagues to support the bill.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Now yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, who is the vice chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee and an OG, as they say, in the crypto space.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in strong support of this long overdue legislation. It builds on the framework that my colleagues and I have worked on for at least 6 years, beginning with the Token Taxonomy Act in 2018. Its core is a bright line test to define what digital assets are securities regulated by the SEC and which are commodities under the jurisdiction of the CFTC. Innovators and investors will no longer risk their freedom and their fortunes by simply launching a company and raising capital. The law will be clear and regulation by selective enforcement must end. Additionally, and perhaps most notably, this bill also provides first ever federal level protection for self-custody of digital assets. This protection, which is very intentional, mirrors my Keep Your Coins Act, and it's a giant step towards restoring the right to privacy and private property, protecting permissionless transactions using digital assets. In an account-based financial system where Americans must rely on intermediaries, self-custody provides the only protection against third parties controlling the individual's transactions. Further, self-custody provides the first line of consumer protection where individuals can eliminate third-party liabilities who hold their assets. For too long, we have pushed innovation and investment in digital asset projects overseas as Congress has constantly failed to bring the clarity that we need. We finally have the chance to end this trend and solidify ourselves as the leaders in this industry. I urge the Senate to quickly take up this bipartisan legislation and send it back to the president's desk as soon as possible. Please vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to submit the following statements for the record. The statement of administration policy from the Biden administration opposing this bill. The statement from SEC Chair Gensler raising serious concerns about this bill. A letter from the Treasury Department to me dated July 2023. Expressing serious concerns about this bill. A letter from that North American Securities Administration Association opposing this bill. A letter from 48 stakeholders opposing this bill. An excerpt from Coinbase's Form S-1 filing acknowledging the risk that Coinbase could be found to be illegally acting outside of securities laws. Excerpts from the SEC's complaint against Coinbase alleging that Coinbase was illegally acting outside of securities laws, and a summary of and key excerpt from the decision in the case of SEC versus Coinbase, finding that Coinbase was indeed acting illegally by failing to comply with existing laws. I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection. Gentlewoman's request is covered by general leave. The gentlewoman reserved. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My home state of Kansas is a leader when it comes to agriculture innovation. A lesson that I've learned from Kansans is that we must be ready to respond to new technological developments as they come to life. Digital asset markets are no exception. As these markets have grown, they've lacked congressional guidance over who has regulatory and enforcement authority over them. Currently, participants are at the mercy of regulators who continue to assert jurisdiction and extend their authority through enforcement actions, all without legislation or direction from Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to establish a framework consistent with existing financial market requirements while acknowledging the uniqueness of digital assets. We can and should give consumers, developers, and institutions a clear set of rules that provide certainty as they explore this new innovative technology. Digital assets and related blockchain technology have the potential to lead us to the next generation of internet technology. Everyone here should want America to be a place where this flourishes, and that is what FIT 21 does. It allows America to build on this potential. If we do not act now, we cede American leadership, talent, and innovation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on FIT 21, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance
The
of my
gentlewoman
time.
from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, a great legislator in the digital asset and innovation space.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to focus on one particular aspect of this bill. It is responsive exactly to the problems in the digital assets market that we've seen over the last couple of years. In the aftermath of the collapse of FTX in 2022, we need to ensure that there are investor protection rules that prevent anything from happening like that again in the United States. Under the regulatory structure created by this bill, FTX would not have been able to register. FTX would not have been able to commingle customer funds that hurt so many of their investors. Some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have spoken about protecting investors. The great irony is that they are opposing a bill that would do just that. If you believe in investor protection, if you believe we need to respond to the disaster of FTX, then we need to pass a bill that would prevent the next FTX. The status quo will not work. It did not work in 2022, and it will not work today. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves.
Continue
From
to
California
reserve
is
the balance
recognized.
of my time. Do they have? I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm going to now recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from Tennessee, great leader on the Agriculture and Financial Services Committee, Mr. Rose.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4763, the Financial Innovation and Technology, or FIT, for the 21st Century Act. As a member of the House Financial Services and Agriculture Committees, I am proud to support this bill, and its product is a joint effort between both committees. I commend both Chairman McHenry and Chairman Thompson for working on this bipartisan legislation. This bill confronts the litigation-heavy approach towards digital assets of the Securities and Exchange Commission, led by rogue regulator Gary Gensler. Chair Gensler has blown past the SEC's statutory mandate and instead forced investors and companies to operate in the dark, thus risking the United States standing as a world leader in digital innovation. The Fit for the 21st Century Act will allow the U.S. to reclaim our place as a world leader in innovation and provides clear rules of the road for cryptocurrencies. I urge members to join me in voting yes.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance
Gentlelady
of
from
my
California
time.
reserves. Gentleman from
May I
North
inquire
Carolina.
how much time is remaining?
7 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from California has 4 minutes remaining.
I'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, a leader on the Agriculture Committee, former chair of the Agriculture Committee, and a great leader on the Financial Services Committee. Also chair of the Science Committee, before I forget. Frank will yield you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States has no meaningful federal regulation of the digital assets markets, and the attempts by regulators to apply existing laws are arbitrary and unclear. The fact is, the status quo does not work. Without a clear federal framework, we fail to provide adequate consumer protections and forfeit our international competitiveness. This hurts U.S. consumers, investors, and the entire economy. This is why this bill is so important. The legislation establishes a market structure framework that accounts for the unique characteristics of digital assets, adhering to the core principles of the Commodities Exchange Act. U.S. consumers are actively participating in the digital asset market, and we should ensure they are protected from fraud and scams. This bill does that. I'd like to thank Chairman McHenry and Chairman Thompson for all their work on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, who is the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee on the House Financial Services Committee. Yield 1 minute. 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. And Mr. Speaker, since First Cryptocurrency Network was created nearly 15 years ago, the rules governing the digital asset ecosystem have remained unclear. As I learned while serving as chairman of the Capital Markets Committee, regulators have been using opaque guidelines and regulation by enforcement. Meanwhile, Congress has been working on a bipartisan path forward. Digital assets have the potential to revolutionize payment systems in the United States by allowing financial systems to become more efficient and more accessible to consumers. By passing a comprehensive market structure framework, responsible actors will now have greater certainty, and consumers will have greater protection from bad actors. Mr. Speaker, our markets are the envy of the world. We must not cede any ground. American innovation is a critical element of job creation and economic opportunity here in the United States. Congress must look to preserve this competitive advantage and not let it leave our shores. The Fit 21 Act is a historic first step, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from
I
California.
continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Does the gentlelady have any additional speakers?
If the
California.
gentleman has no more speakers, I'm prepared to close.
All right. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, for 1 minute.
Recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Millions of Americans from all backgrounds see digital assets as one of the many options to take wealth creation into their own hands. Unfortunately, U.S. is falling behind compared to other countries, and we have yet to establish a viable regulatory framework for digital assets. H.R. 4763 established a much-needed digital asset market structure framework that provides clear rules for digital asset firms while providing robust consumer protections. Thus, I believe this bill is very fit for the 21st century. The FIT 21 Act would enable innovation to flourish and the United States to lead the world in the development of digital assets. The EU, the UK, Hong Kong, and the list goes on, have established or are in the process of establishing a regulatory framework. The development of technologies and new financial services tools should be taking place here, not elsewhere. I urge a yes vote on HR 4763, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California continues to reserve. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I now yield to the Chair of the House Administration Committee and a great member of the Financial Services Committee and Innovation Policy, Mr. Stile, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the FIT 21 Act. Blockchain and digital assets are transforming finance and reshaping, in particular, the way the internet works. But responsible innovators are being held back by stubborn Washington bureaucrats. It's pushing jobs and opportunities overseas. For the first time in generations, the U.S. is at risk of missing out on leading the next wave of technology. FIT 21 provides clear rules for digital assets and related businesses. It protects consumers and strengthens transparency and accountability. And it reestablishes the United States as a technology leader. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and bring jobs and opportunities and innovation in digital assets to the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California continues to reserve.
Continue to reserve the balance of my time.
And gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in favor of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, which establishes much-needed regulatory framework for digital assets. Currently, the lack of clear direction from Congress, combined with the broad definitions of securities and commodities, has allowed the SEC to insert itself into the regulation of cryptocurrency. This has created uncertainty and hindered innovation. Meanwhile, other countries like Singapore, UAE, and even China have capitalized on our unclear regulatory environment. They've developed their own framework, positioning themselves as hubs for the digital asset ecosystem. I believe the United States, and particularly Utah's Silicon Slopes, which boasts a growing and thriving blockchain industry, should be the global center for digital assets. This bill creates an appropriate framework for cryptocurrency regulation that fosters innovation and ensures U.S. leadership in blockchain technology, while also protecting against bad actors like FTX. The FIT for the 21st Century Act realigns the SEC with its appropriate regulatory role and designates the Commodity Future Trading Commission as the primary regulatory of cryptocurrency as a commodity. It also clarifies the SEC's roles in regulating digital assets. With that, I yield my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve the balance of my time.
And I'm, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time.
It is recognized.
Yes, as we have heard today, the entities that stand to benefit from this bill are not ordinary investors trying to build wealth, but rather the crypto firms that have chosen to register with the SEC or otherwise comply with the security laws. They have already made billions of dollars unlawfully issuing or facilitating the buying and selling of crypto securities. And Republicans are now proposing to reward these illegal activities by making these activities legal. This is truly preposterous. You know, Mr. Lynch, when he spoke, he said this was one of the worst pieces of legislation he has experienced through his entire career. And I understand why. When I examine this bill and I see that the Republicans had created this new definition And this new definition is known as the investment contract assets. Now, we've talked about this, but, even in the Rules Committee, while they were, talking about how this bill was going to protect consumers, they did not debate us about this investment contract asset because they know that it created a void. It created a no man's land. This was created basically so that the crypto companies could be in a space without regulation. But it goes further than that. It also covers traditional securities so they can be in a space without regulation. It is not enough to say this is a bad bill. This is not only a bad bill, this is a bill where the crypto companies decided they didn't like the SEC. They do not want to be regulated, and they were going to come to the Congress of the United States, and they were going to use their power, and they were going to use their influence to change the rules of the game, and that they were going to now go to where the commodities are regulated, and they're going to take the securities over there. I explained to you that the CFTC is a small agency. I explained to you that they don't have a lot of money. I explained to you how much smaller they are than the SEC. The SEC are the experts. It is 90 years old in the development of regulations for this country. And it is 90 years old, and it is respected all over the world. We're the envy of the world because we have an SEC. And so when I talk about this void that has been created, there is no way that the members of this Congress can allow that to happen, to allow this no man's land to exist where the same crypto companies that are now refusing to register, who are unlawful, that you're going to exonerate, and then you're going to further give them the opportunity to operate without regulation. This is unbelievable. How can this happen in the Congress of the United States, in the House of Representatives, where we are supposed to represent the people? We have an SEC that is a cop on the block. We have an SEC that is expert in securities. This SEC goes into the courts and they fight tough battles. These battles are long. These battles are hard because they're fought by the crypto companies, but they don't give up because at least they have people who can begin to work on it. We try to give them more money to do their work, but they are denied additional appropriations by the opposite of the aisle.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
And I ask the chair, how much time do I have remaining?
2 minutes remaining.
Pardon me?
2 minutes.
Chair,
2 minutes
urge a
time.
no vote.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's
Let me
recognized.
speak to this. The void is a lack of a definition of what is a digital asset in federal law. We have none. This bill established it. We have no consumer protections for crypto today. This bill establishes it, both at the CFTC with a robust oversight of this industry and the SEC with real clarity. That's what this bill does, is provide clarity for investors and consumers and innovators. We are falling behind Europe. This bill catches up so that we do not lose out on innovation policy to the Europeans, to the folks in the UK, to Singapore, to Japan, to Hong Kong, that all have regimes similar to what we're doing in this bill. This is an important bill. It's bipartisan work. Hundreds of hours have been put into developing this with members and staff. And I want to thank the great partnership that I've had with French Hill on the Financial Services Committee and Chairman G.T. Thompson on the Ag Committee and Dusty Johnson on the Ag Committee. But I also want to thank the great staff on the House Financial Services Committee, Allison Behuniak, who has shepherded this bill to this point, and Paul Balzano on the Ag Committee. They've worked in great partnership, in friendship, and worked through major issues. And I want to thank them for this important legislative product. We can promote American innovation, consumer protection, and leadership with a clear regulatory framework for digital assets. The next generation of internet technology is being written. It should be written by American innovators here in the United States. We can allow that innovation to pass us by, or we can seize the opportunity and pass this bill to provide real clarity for innovation policy here in the United States. Regulatory clarity and consumer protection, that is FIT 21. Let's vote yes on this bill and establish bipartisan support for crypto in America. And I yield back.
Bills, all time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill should be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Agriculture and Financial Services, printed the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 118-33, modified by the amendment printed in House Part A of House Report 118-516, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order, except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for a time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk made in order by the rule.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Kassar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar, and a member for opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may use.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, from 2017 to 2022, Americans who invested in the SSP index received about a 61% return on their investment. But Americans who invested in one of the top 12 cryptocurrencies that existed during that 5-year period did not make money. On the other hand, on average, they lost about half of their money. 3 out of every 4 Bitcoin traders during that time period also lost money. From FTX to Celsius to blockchain ATMs, the industry has repeatedly lost everyday Americans their money. So whether you are a crypto booster or a crypto skeptic, we can all agree, based on the facts, that crypto investment is a risk. And since it is a risk, we should want more oversight to protect Americans. But this bill before us today doesn't provide us more regulation. It doesn't even provide many Americans the same level of regulation as traditional finance. Instead, it creates a light touch regulatory regime that can be manipulated by bad actors in both crypto and traditional finance, putting Americans and our 90-year securities laws at risk. My amendment focuses on one key area where everyday people who would invest in crypto under this bill will in fact receive less protection than Americans invested in traditional finance. The current flawed bill before us creates a crowdfunding registration exemption for crypto that is 15 times weaker than the crowdfunding exemption that exists in traditional finance. In the existing bill before us, someone could crowdfund up to $75 million from everyday Americans, and those Americans would receive just the most minimal of protections. We would never allow that in the non-crypto finance world. So my amendment changes the exemption cap to $5 million, putting that cap in line with our current laws. So at the very least, Americans making investments in crypto can get the same level of protection as crowdfunding investors in traditional finance. I hope that whether you are for the underlying bill or against the underlying bill like me, we can agree that this common sense amendment will help protect everyday people, and I urge everyone to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Does the gentleman from North Carolina
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I'm opposed to the amendment. Look, today, digital asset issuers rely on exemptions under the current securities regime. And each exemption includes its own requirements under traditional securities law. What we provide in this act is purpose-built for digital assets. And what this does today, if you're raising money for a digital asset offering, the exemption's built for those other types of securities in the space. The SEC's disclosure regime is supposed to give investors the information they need to make informed decisions, but it's not built for digital assets. What we do in this act is provide certain disclosures for investors in digital assets, such as source code, token supply, governance mechanisms, and other aspects unique to crypto. That's what this bill does. What the gentleman from is rising to do is limit that aperture from $75 million to $5 million of those folks that can invest in these early stage innovations. What he's doing is restricting the opportunity for average everyday investors to get options like high wealth investors get today under securities law. The original exemption for regulation crowdfunding was something we put in law, and with bipartisan support. With Maxine Waters is my co-sponsor on regulation crowdfunding. This very exemption. I've enhanced this. I put additional requirements here to make sure there are more disclosures, and we open up the aperture to $75 million so more folks can participate and so those blockchains can develop. When you make it to $5 million, it makes it impossible for you to actually scale up, especially with these inflationary times that our people are facing. So what I would urge is the House reject this amendment. The gentleman's arguments against this exemption have nothing to do with the exemption, but have everything to do with opposition to the bill. And I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ranking Member Waters.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Texas for attempting this amendment. As a matter of fact, there have been any number of members from this side of the aisle who've been attempting to amend this bill to try and make it better. And while I have great respect for all of those attempts, and if they had listened, if they had accepted, perhaps they could have made this a better bill. But at this point in time, no. Unfortunately, with all the work that this gentleman had done, Mr. Kassar and others, they will not accept any amendments. They're not going to accept his amendment. They don't think that the bill can be made better. And unfortunately, the bill is so bad, I don't think it can be made better either. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Our securities laws were created after the Great Depression, when this country understood that strong regulation protects Americans and is necessary for innovation and for our economy to thrive. We cannot hold cryptocurrency to a lower standard than traditional finance. And my amendment ensures that when it comes to crowdfunding, cryptocurrency is held to the same standard, and I urge all to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
If I may inquire of the chair, the time I have remaining.
Gentleman has 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. Let me close with this, Mr. Chairman. We have this push and pull in the Financial Services Committee. And generally speaking, we have elected officials that say the American people's hard-earned savings are their hard-earned savings. But then we have paternalistic amendments like the one before us today that says, no, you're not smart enough to invest your own money. We have to put in these safeguards to protect you from yourself. I think that goes way too far. What we've done with securities laws is take average everyday investors and disintermediate them from the greater economy. So average everyday Americans don't get the benefit of economic growth, of Wall Street doing great and earnings going up in corporate America. We've separated it because we made it harder for average everyday folks to invest in companies, have ownership of companies. What we're trying to do is open that up a little bit from $5 million of an exemption when you're raising money to $75 million. In the scope of our economy, in the scope of our capital markets, in the scope of economic opportunity and innovation, that is a very small aperture we're opening here. And we've done that. We've constructed this provision with a lot of Democrat input and Republican input, and that's how we came to the number of $75 million. It is already a compromise. But what the gentleman offers with this amendment is nothing more than saying, I'm paternalistic, and I'm therefore going to restrict your opportunity to invest your money as you see fit. Reject the amendment, vote no, and vote yes on final passage for FIT 21. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman.
Amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas rise.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Ms. Pedersen of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, and a member of opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
More than 20% of Americans have owned or traded cryptocurrency. Despite this, the U.S. still lacks a clear regulatory structure for digital assets, which is hurting American competitiveness and incentivizing some companies, unfortunately, to move overseas. While there may be disagreement about how to best establish the appropriate market regulatory structure, there is broad bipartisan agreement for preventing criminals from using cryptocurrencies for illicit purposes, such as money laundering, terrorist financing, and sanction evasion. My amendment would provide clarity and conformity to how the Bank Secrecy Act and regulations safeguarding our financial system from criminals are applied to digital assets. The base bill already calls for the Bank Secrecy Act to apply to digital assets. However, by amending the BSA directly and explicitly, expanding the definition of financial institution in the BSA to cover digital asset entities, we are providing certainty to the regulators and the Department of Treasury in their authorities to protect our financial system. Additionally, the amendment would also require a study to assess the risks posed by centralized intermediaries based in jurisdictions that lack robust anti-money laundering enforcement. While in most cases, American digital asset companies are already complying with the applicable requirements under the Bank Secrecy Act, we also have to be thinking about the threat of foreign companies with U.S. touchpoints that are not complying with equivalent controls or reporting standards. I would like to thank the Chairman, McHenry, and Representative Hill for working with me on this issue and their commitment to strengthening the anti-money laundering provisions in this bill. This amendment combined with the underlying bill will help provide more oversight into the digital asset market and support regulators' work to protect consumers and investors. While there is more work to be done to ensure the integrity of our digital assets market, this amendment is an important step forward, and I urge my colleagues to support the adoption of the amendment and the underlying bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Colorado reserves, gentleman.
Ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, though I'm not opposed to the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to accept this amendment. I think it's important we have a comprehensive regulatory framework for digital asset markets, yes. We also have to ensure that we have a consistent application of the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering provisions in existing law. Requirements on the digital asset intermediaries and exchanges are necessary so that bad actors don't exploit these markets for nefarious purposes. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Colorado for her work on this amendment. She's been focused on AML, BSA related issues in the build up to us writing Fit 21 during the markup process in the Rules Committee, as well as the process, the process in the Financial Services Committee, then the process through the Rules Committee. And I appreciate her sincere engagement on this matter and for coming up with a very good amendment. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to again thank the chairman from North Carolina for working with me and others to make sure that you were able to bring a bipartisan bill with broad support to the House. I know that this has been years in the making, and congratulations for getting it to this point, and I appreciate your willingness to work with me. I also want to thank my team for helping me address an issue that I have concerns about, and with that, I ask for your support. And is that the last thing? I guess that's the last thing I'm supposed to say.
Gentlelady from Colorado yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll now recognize the Chair of the Digital Asset Subcommittee on the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank Chairman McHenry. I thank the chair for the time. I want to congratulate the gentlewoman from Colorado on this very effective amendment, because she shares that passion that we've all had through this entire process, which is to recognize that we need to have vigorous anti-money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, and know your customer protections around digital finance, just like we do in the analog financial services system. Her bill will strengthen that. I just was reviewing the Treasury Department's 2024 National Security for Combating Terrorist and Other Illicit Financing, and it brings to mind what a better regime it is to have blockchain. Because a blockchain, Mr. Speaker, has the identity connected with the transaction. It leaves an ineligible mark cryptographically of those transaction amounts, makes illicit finance easier to identify, not less. Treasury points out that the top abusers, the top concern about illicit finance are misuse of cash, including bulk cash, misuse of financial products and services like money orders, easy formation and limited information required to create a legal entity, the use of casinos. That's what the Treasury Department says are the toughest, most challenging aspects of terror finance. And that's why this study will help us make sure that using blockchain is a more effective way to counter illicit finance in the world. So I thank the gentlewoman from Colorado for her support and for being such a constructive source of dynamic support for crafting Fit 21. And I yield back the balance of the time.
North Carolina is recognized.
Again, I want to echo what Congressman Hill just stated for the record. The gentlelady from Colorado has been a sterling advocate for enhanced BSA AML protections and ensuring we get against that we work against illicit finance. And I want to thank her for the efforts, and I'm willing to accept the amendment and urge its adoption. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1243, a gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is pretty simple. It requires the Treasury Secretary, in consultation with the CFTC and the SEC, to complete a study and submit a report to Congress that identifies any digital asset registrants that are owned by governments of foreign adversaries. The report will determine whether foreign adversary governments are collecting or trading personal data about American citizens in the digital asset markets, and evaluate whether foreign adversary governments or misusing or stealing any proprietary intellectual property of digital asset registrants. The GAO is required to complete a study and submit a report to Congress on the very same issues. This amendment would promote transparency regarding how our nation's strategic enemies may be exploiting the digital asset marketplace to invade the privacy of Americans and steal valuable intellectual property. In June of 2023, the financial services hearings that focused on the very bill that we are considering today, Aaron Kaplan, the CEO of Prometheum, the first and only SEC FINRA approved special purpose broker dealer for digital assets, stated that Prometheum and its CCP partners entered into a joint agreement in December of 2018 to develop a blockchain trading system where the Chinese partner took a 20% stake in Prometheum. In case anyone has any doubts about the CCP ties, Prometheum's Chinese partner's company was founded in 1969 by a former senior CCP official. In 2021, the party's Central Committee named a National Excellent Communist Party member. In July of 2023, several of my colleagues and I sent a letter to the SEC and the DOJ expressing our concerns with inconsistencies in Prometheum's public filings and the CCP's ownership of an entity that had the blessing of the SEC and FINRA to operate in the United States. I followed up on this letter in September 2023 hearing with the SEC's Gary Gensler, where he dodged my question and did not take my concerns of the 20% CCP ownership of Prometheum seriously. The fact of the matter is that because Chinese companies are genuinely required by Chinese law to share data with the Chinese government, these companies present substantial risk to the United States individual privacy and our national security. Chinese-owned broker-dealers like Prometheum, Webull, and Moomoo operate as registered entities here in the United States, and the Biden administration and Chad Gensler do not seem to care. Yet they attack American businesses operating in good faith with no regulatory clarity. This is simply how the CCP and other foreign adversaries operate. They infiltrate our markets while the Biden administration looks the other way and punishes American companies who are only trying to operate in the United States but face endless regulations by enforcement of the Biden administration. We need to pass FIT 21 into law because the SEC's current regulation by enforcement is putting the United States at a disadvantage and allowing foreign adversaries to gain an advantage in our U.S. crypto markets, all the while Gary Gensler attacks American public companies who have tried to work with the SEC and come in and register. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to protect Americans from having their personal data shared with the CCP and other foreign adversaries. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves the balance of time. Purposes, gentlelady from California, seek
To
recognition.
claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed. While
Please
I do not
recognize.
oppose this amendment, I would like to emphasize that the broad deregulatory nature of the Not Fit for Purpose Act is such that it would severely weaken our capital markets and make us more vulnerable to bad actors, both domestic and foreign. This amendment and the underlying bill do not protect consumers and investors. This amendment only requires a study on whether or not foreign adversaries are operating as digital asset registrants under the bill and collecting data on the U.S. consumer or investors. We should not just be studying this issue. We should be legislating strong data privacy protections that apply all across the board. Moreover, if TikTok was the inspiration for this bill, I would like to note that TikTok is not directly owned by the Chinese government. The concern was that it was vulnerable to being unduly influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. So if a China-based company was operating as a digital asset registrant under this bill, it would not fall within this study unless it was directly owned by Chinese Communist Party. It would be easy for our adversaries to simply stand up proxy companies that appear to have no direct affiliation with them to evade the scrutiny of the study in the bill. So while I plan to support this amendment, I don't think it provides any meaningful safeguards on consumer privacy, and it certainly does nothing to fix the underlying problems of the Not Fit for Purpose Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, how much time do I have?
45 seconds.
I yield the balance of the 45 seconds to Congressman Hill.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I rise in support of his amendment. It allows me to illustrate two things. One, that Prometheum, while it was approved as a special purpose broker-dealer for digital assets, has not accomplished anything. It has no business. And yet it also has this partnership with the CCP. So there's an illustration that FIT 21 would allow us to have the guidance on how to register a broker-dealer. And secondly, I support fully Mr. Norman and his concerns about the influence of foreign adversaries on people registered in the United States. It's a clear issue, and we have an investigation going on why the SEC has not pursued this itself. So I rise in support of the amendment. I support Mr. Norman's effort. It's a good amendment. Let's add it to the bill and pass FIT 21. Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
The bill supporters have claimed that this bill is necessary to provide legal clarity as to when a digital asset is considered a security and when it is considered a commodity. But this bill is anything but clear. It is 253 pages of highly convoluted and poorly defined language. At the Rules Committee hearing yesterday, the Republicans testifying on the panel in defense of the bill could not answer a simple question from a fellow Republican as to whether Dogecoin would qualify as a security or commodity under this bill. They pointed to their 5-point decentralization test in the bill, which is again anything but clear. The current test for determining whether something is a security is called the Howey test. It has stood the test of time with guidance from the SEC clarifying its application, in addition to decades of case law expounding on how it applies to a variety of different assets. Even the courts have agreed with SEC's interpretation of the Howey test, classifying digital assets as securities in a strikingly consistent manner. The 5-part decentralization test in this bill has not been tested, and it would create a slew of new litigation trying to decipher how it applies. And so, instead of a study, we should remember that the fact that members of Congress and legal experts are struggling to agree on basic facts about what this bill would do just foreshadows the mountains of litigation that this bill would result in to figure that out. This bill provides the opposite of legal clarity. As the bill's supporters claim, instead it provides several more convoluted and untested definitions to replace the time-tested Howey test in place today. The only thing clear about this 253-page bill is that it result in the substantial deregulation of crypto, just as the crypto industry has asked for. I reserve the balance of my time.
Time's expired.
I will yield 1 minute to Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
This amendment gives the illusion that it prevents the bill from being useful to our foreign adversaries, when in fact we see Iran using crypto to avoid sanctions, North Korea profiting from crypto. We see Hamas raising huge amounts of money and being able to sneak around our efforts by using crypto. And finally, we see the crypto advocates viewing this bill as their ticket to move crypto into a competitor with the US dollar. And then finally, with tomorrow's bill, they try to hobble the dollar by saying it can't be digital and we can't have a better payment system involving the dollar. And that's their system for having crypto outcompete the dollar. The administration opposes this bill. And even if you looked at it a few weeks ago, it's gotten much, much worse. I want to reemphasize, they added a new title that allows crypto to be completely unregulated and would allow for non-regulation of our stocks and bonds. So even if you like this bill when you saw it 3 weeks ago, vote no.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment
Vote is requested.
pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Resolution 1243, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer a simple but important amendment. While the underlying legislation allows the Commodities Future Trading Commission the authority to regulate digital asset spot markets, nothing in the bill should be construed as giving the CFTC power beyond digital assets. We all have seen good intentions around here, and nothing is punished like good intentions around here. So let's just make clear what the strike zone is for everybody. We're trying to define that strike zone. This amendment adds a sense of Congress that nothing in this act or any amendment made by this act should be interpreted by to authorize any entity to regulate any commodity other than a digital commodity on any spot market. That's it. That's the whole thing. Again, this amendment simply aims to combat mission creep, if you want to call it that, somewhere outside the strike zone, and makes clear that Congress's intent is to only address digital asset spot markets in this bill and no more. So the courts won't have any questions. Mr. Gensler can't say, well, I'm not sure they did this, or they surely must have meant that. No, we cannot allow these agencies to take more and more power in the absence of express congressional approval. We've already seen Mr. Gensler aggressively pursue litigation against the crypto industry, people trying to do it the right way. While trying to rein him in, we ought to ensure the CFTC knows exactly what they can and cannot do, because he's not going to be there forever. There's going to be some next person that's going to come along and say, well, Congress wasn't really sure. We are sure, and that's what this amendment does, Madam Chair, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Must consent to claim time in opposition, though I am not in opposition to the amendment.
I'm
Will
opposed.
suspend. For what purpose does the
opposed.
gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise and claim, in time to claim opposition.
And is recognized.
Under HR 4763, crypto that is deemed to be a digital commodity would come under the CFTC's purview, which would include a new explicit authority for the CFTC to regulate crypto spot markets. However, this amendment would ensure that this new authority for the CFTC to regulate crypto spot markets does not include traditional commodity spot markets. It's already bad enough that this bill would result in mass deregulation of crypto and even some traditional securities too. This amendment takes the bill to the next level by trying to preemptively block the CFTC to oversee non-crypto spot markets. The bill's supporters continue to insist that this bill is only about crypto, but it has serious implications for traditional securities. And with this amendment, would now appear to have serious implications for traditional commodities also. It is wholly unclear while Republicans who have placed so much faith in CFTC to police the spot markets of digital commodities think that this agency is unable to oversee the spot markets of everyday commodities they currently regulate, like oil, wheat, and livestock. Excessive speculation in spot markets of tangible commodities is a real problem that can harm working families' budgets. For this reason, Democratic CFTC Commissioner Christy Goldsmith Romero has called on the CFTC to study excessive and harmful speculations in the commodities markets. Specifically, she has stated, and I quote, the CFTC has an impressive surveillance program and an equally impressive cadre of commodity markets experts to rely upon as it seeks to understand these pressures of working families, farmers, and producers. We should use them more and more publicity, unquote. I agree with her. I urge you to stand up for working families and farmers by leaving the CFTC's existing authority to protect them from speculation in the traditional securities market fully intact. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, my friend, Representative Johnson.
Gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to first commend the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his thoughtful and forward-looking amendment. Now, I think it's important that we set the record straight. This amendment would not, as some have alleged, strip the CFTC of all of its spot market regulatory authority. All of the anti-fraud and anti-manipulation powers that they currently hold would remain in place. This sense of Congress simply makes it clear that within FIT 21, that those do not provide the CFTC with grand new authorities over non-digital asset spot markets. And I think it's important we do that. There are clear and important differences between the traditional spot markets for commodities. Think about people buying and selling barrels of oil. That's not something everyday Americans are doing, but we do have everyday Americans engaged in the spot market for digital assets. Also, with regard to digital asset commodities, we also have a number of intermediaries that would be interacting with these retail consumers. Some of those intermediaries would certainly hold the cash of consumers either pending or after a trade. That's an important situation that we need to protect for that is not exactly like that in the traditional commodity market. So different marketplace, different threats, different set of tools. As the chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, I want to make it clear I support the gentleman's amendment. I do not want any part of FIT 21 to change the CFTC's authority over non-digital asset commodities. I commend the gentleman for his work, and I urge a yes vote on the amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
At the Rules Committee hearing, Republicans revealed their true intentions with this bill. My friend, Mr. Norman, stated regarding the investors who were defrauded by FTX, what he said was this, and I quote, I blame the investor. I mean, would I get on an airplane with two wheels missing and one wing? They should have done their homework, end quote. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia on the Rules Committee doubled down on this kind of victim blaming, saying that he believed we should use a buyer beware approach. This is entirely offensive to consumers to simply say you should have known better than to get defrauded. The very definition of fraud implies that the consumer could not have been expected to know or understand some facet of a contract. But I would venture to say that this bill is even worse than just a buyer beware approach. This bill creates a facade of regulation that is designed to make ordinary investors and consumers think they are protected and that their investments are safe. But in reality, this bill will facilitate and legitimize fraud rather than warning consumers to beware of the risk. In addition to blaming millions of defrauded investors, Republicans continue to move forward with a bill that exempts these same crypto firms that were unlawfully issuing or facilitating crypto securities, giving them a get out of jail free card. This is what Republicans love to do. They blame consumers and investors who have been defrauded while also advancing bills to protect those same firms that are ripping off consumers and investors. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for the balance of the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his constructive amendment. I think it's the absolute right approach. I want to associate myself with the comments from the chairman of the Digital Assets Committee for the House Ag Committee, Mr. Johnson, on that. Look, Madam Chair, colleagues, FIT 21 does exactly the opposite of what has been argued by the minority today. It gives a clear regulatory framework. It prevents fraud. It does require registration, custody, capital requirements. It gives clarity for the first time in American history to how we do securities and commodity oversight for digital assets. And the minority has also charged time and time again that somehow the great securities loophole is being offered and opened in this bill. That's just not true. It's just not a factual statement. The term investment contract is a fungible digital representation. It is not all these other items. In fact, the bill specifically says the term digital asset does not include notes, stock, treasury stocks, securities, security-based swaps, and a whole list. So it does not open the loophole that the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee charges. I urge a yes vote. I urge a yes vote for Mr. Perry's amendment. Let's have regulatory credibility and clarity for a competitive United States for the 21st century. Yield back.
Lady from California is recognized.
I yield the balance of the time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized for the balance of the time.
This amendment illustrates the problem. Commodity other than a digital commodity, but any commodity can become a digital commodity. Or you can have a contract or a derivative tied to the physical commodity that now becomes a digital coin. We're told that the bill does not allow stocks and bonds to be digital assets, but it does allow them to be defined as investment contracts. And if you get defined as an investment contract, you're without regulation. As to the underlying bill, keep in mind, the administration opposes it. 3/4 of Democrats voted against it before it got much worse. The bill got much worse a few weeks ago. So if you studied it before then, and I know the bill's been out there since July of last year, your analysis won't show you how this bill now allows digital crypto to go without regulation and opens the door to taking our traditional stocks and bonds and taking them out from the SEC. Vote no on the amendment, but especially vote no on the bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
The vote is requested.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To request a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays have been pursuant to the clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-516, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Cesar of Texas. Amendment number 3 of Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 4 of Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 1, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cesar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Kassar of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does anyone have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 209. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have 1 minute remaining in this vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are... The yeas are 411, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for the recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-516 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-516, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Thirty seconds remaining for this vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the ayes are 225 and the nays are 191. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4763 and pursuant to House Resolution 1243. I report the bill is amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. It's as fast as I can read.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the slate of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 4763 and, pursuant to House Resolution 1243, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded by any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for a system of regulation of digital assets by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection and motion. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Requesting a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change any votes?
On this vote, the yeas are 279 and the nays are 136. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House lays before the floor an enrolled resolution.
House Joint Resolution 109, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection? Order. Who's first? The House will be in order. Members, take your conversations off of the floor. Who's first? Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Order. Members will take their conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life of a dedicated first responder from Okanagan, Washington, Tiffany Furden, who we tragically lost last month. Tiffany was a volunteer firefighter and EMT for the Tonasket Fire Department and Aeneas Valley Fire Department, as well as a member of the Samaritan Riders, a group of motorcycle enthusiasts.
The House will be in order. Please continue.
A group of motorcycle enthusiasts who serve the medically challenged and socially disadvantaged children throughout our region. Her passion was making the world a better place, a quality which was clear in the work that she did. Tiffany's death is a loss for the whole community, but her legacy will never be forgotten. May her family and community continue to be blessed with her memory, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with the American flag hanging, a white hearse gradually traveled down the highway, returning the remains of Staff Sergeant Robert L. Ferris Jr. home. More than 80 years after his bomber crash, Sergeant Ferris joined his family and was finally laid to rest. He was a young gunner, 20 years old during World War II, when his B-17 was shot down. This past week, he was transported from Raleigh-Durham International Airport to Newbern, a journey that took him through Wilson. Our local fire department and others came to show respect and pay special tribute to this incredible hero. There are thousands of stories like Sergeant Ferris's. As we approach Memorial Day, let us honor our fallen soldiers, POWs, MIAs, and those killed in action. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden border crisis rages on, and American families are affected, including in their pocketbooks. At the start of 2023, the cost of illegal aliens crossing with Biden was over $150 billion. The burden of illegal aliens costs each American taxpayer nearly $1,200 annually. Corrupt Judge Merchan continues promoting the re-election of Donald Trump by relentlessly being bigoted and objectionable, earning an invitation as my guest for the Trump inauguration. The invitation was hand-delivered to the New York Merchant office Monday by South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. The shameful bias and bigotry of Judge Merchan has been exposed this week by esteemed Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz as, quote, unethical, unlawful, and petty, end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce the existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize a specially crafted food that draws people from across the country to my hometown of New Haven, Connecticut. It is called abits. After the original way, la pizza was pronounced in southern Italy. For more than a century, New Haven has been home to some of the most famous pizzerias in the country, known for everything from a plain sauce to white clam to mashed potato. And I proudly rise today to claim New Haven as the pizza capital of the United States. While there are other states that have their own pizza traditions, Connecticut has the most pizzerias of any state per capita and the most family-owned pizzerias of any state in the country. There is something special about New Haven abits. Some say it is coal fire, some say brick ovens, some say it is char, some say it is the water used to make the dough. Personally, I believe it is the generation after generation of dedication to the craft. Historic pizzerias in New Haven area that continue this legacy include Frank Pepe, Pizzeria Napolitana, Modern Abizza, Zupardi's Abizza, Sally's Abizza, Ernie's Abizza, Yorkside Bar, Grand Abizza, and Zanelli and Abate Abizza, just to name a few. They have helped to establish a uniquely American culinary and cultural experience, making the New Haven one of the most respected and recognized pizza destinations in the country. And therefore, New Haven is recognized as the pizza capital of the United States. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievement of the girls soccer team at Frederica Academy with their back-to-back state title wins. The team defended their state title with a final score of 1-0 against the Westminster School of Augusta. The goal was scored by freshman Sophia Gregg, who outmaneuvered her defenders in the first half of the game. Gregg's goal was made possible by an assist from Mary Ford Fitzgerald. Frederica's strong defense was also able to hold off every shot attempt made at their goal. This win allowed them to go undefeated in the Georgia Independent Athletic Association AAA District 2 region, making them the #1 ranked team in the region. Congratulations to the young women of the Frederica Academy soccer team. I know I speak for the whole 1st District when I say we are very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight an extraordinary initiative in the heart of Michigan's 11th District, Project Diamond, a groundbreaking program spearheaded by Troy's Automation Alley and the Oakland County Economic Development Office. This project encapsulates not just the spirit of innovation, but also the determination of our local communities and our industrious small to mid-size manufacturers. Project Diamond is revolutionizing additive manufacturing with 3D printing, positioning Michigan as a global leader, and delivering 250 3D printers to empower manufacturers in the automotive, aerospace, and defense sectors. This technology allows rapid prototyping, reduces lead times, and integrates seamlessly into existing supply chains, advancing our national manufacturing agenda. Mr. Speaker, as we look to future-proof our industries, let us support and expand initiatives like Project Diamond. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible success of the Cincinnati St. Xavier High School swimming and diving team, and to congratulate them on winning their 44th state championship. The dedication and hard work of these talented athletes is second to none, as they have claimed 24 of the last 26 state championships, 4 of the last 5, and 44 out of the last 54. The St. Xavier Swim and Dive team, the Bombers, or Aqua Bombers as they are also known, won their most recent championship with a score of 302 points.
My voice and my vote to support nutrition programs because I am determined to ensure that in our nation, the richest in the history of the world, no one goes hungry. As part of this effort, I have prioritized key nutrition programs. In 2018, my very first
table, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Representative Vargas, for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank the gentlewoman from Connecticut for bringing us together tonight to defend the SNAP program. In America, no child should go to bed hungry. No family should have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. SNAP is the most important and effective tool we have to stave off hunger in our country. It is our first line of defense. And yet, House Republicans have proposed the largest cut to the program in decades. This is cruel, plain and simple. These proposed cuts stand to harm more than 40,000 families in my district, California, and over 40 million families nationwide who benefit from this program. Almost 80% of the people who benefit from SNAP are children, seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans. SNAP also boosts our local economies. Every dollar spent on SNAP benefits generates roughly $1.50 in economic activity.
All right, guys. So that is it. That is the vote. We're on to a new bill now. So we passed the bill. FIT 21 passed. Now it gets voted on again, I think next week at the next level. I believe next week. So we go from there, guys. Big win, big win. And I am going to, I'm going to call it. I'm going to be back in a couple of hours for another live stream. I don't know if Max is still in the chat. Max, are you, are you streaming tonight? Let me know, brother. So that I know what time I'm going to stream. But I will be back a little bit later, guys, and we're going to go through all of this. So make sure you, if you're new or you're watching a replay, whatever, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, click the like button, guys. Be greatly, greatly appreciated. And yeah, we will be back. We won. We did it, guys. Another step forward. Another step forward, guys. So I will see you guys in about 2 to 3 hours. We'll do another live stream, 9-ish Central. All right, guys, I'll see you then. Thank you so much for coming by. Oh, also, guys, real quick, tomorrow we have the Junction and FIT 10 protocol, JASMY's new partner. They're doing an AMA tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central. We're going to be live streaming that as well, so make sure you guys are here for that. But I'll see you guys in a bit.